The first thing I have listed on the agenda is approval of minutes from August 24th and September 14th. Everyone did due diligence and read them through and wordsmithed them.
It looked good, but I'm sure Dean found something.
I
Well,
thought they looked okay.
For the August 24th, 2020 minutes, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstain? So carried. And same for September 14th, 2020. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Amy
Al.
and Andy,
Al can take it.
all in favor?
I,
Aye.
Opposed? CJ, do we have anyone standing by for privilege of the floor?
Yes, we do. There are, looks to be at least 7 folks standing, well, 6 actually standing by, for either for privilege of the floor or a public hearing. Would you like to just start admitting them and see what they're here to speak about?
Well, let's find out if they're here for something that's on the agenda or if they're here for privilege of the floor, something that's not on the agenda.
Oh, getting feedback here.
I made it on the computer.
Can we find
Okay.
out some comments?
Right, well, hold on just a moment and we'll start admitting folks, okay? Hi, Benjamin.
Hello.
We're just opening privilege of the floor now. Would you like to speak now or at the agenda item?
Either way, like, is anybody else in line, or am I the only one who wanted to talk?
In other
Nope.
words, it's privilege of the floor. So do you have something to say that's not on the agenda about a topic that's not on the agenda tonight?
No, it's related to the Dollar General thing is on the agenda, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay, I can wait until that comes up then.
Okay,
This is my first time doing this, so whatever makes more sense.
yep, you'll want to wait and come at us when during the agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we have someone named Diane. Hello, Diane, you've been admitted to the planning board.
Diane? Yeah.
Yes, no, I had to unmute.
Do
Can you
you
hear me?
have anything to add under the privilege of the floor that's not on the agenda tonight?
I did send an email in. I don't know if you received it. So I could, I preferred that you had read it, but if I have to, I will read it to you.
Is the subject matter on the agenda tonight?
It, I believe, is sort of part of the last item, which is the site plan for, I'd take that back. I'm sorry. It is the one regarding the Sharpstein Road and the proposal to build a Dollar General at that location, which I guess is item number 5.
Okay, so we'll wait and call you back in when we get to that agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
So she'd like to speak about item 5 and 10 then. Okay.
5 and 10.
Okay.
Would you like,
Nope. Goodness. Okay.
Actually, CJ, she probably just wanted to talk about the 9,100 square foot retail space.
Okay, I thought she also mentioned the Sharpstein Road.
Well, there's a
Auburn Road
Sharpstein
project.
Road out there by that property. And so
Yes.
she probably was referring to that one instead of the Sharpstein Road out towards Groton.
Okay, and all right. Yes, so we'll just you just rather bring her back in for item 10. I couldn't tell whether she wanted to speak about
Yep.
item 5.
We'll ask
Okay.
her when we get there.
Okay, next up we have just a phone number.
Hello, phone number ending in 7244. Are you here for privilege of the floor? Speaking on an agenda, on an item that's not on the agenda?
I think they left.
Oh, I lost them. Okay. Well, we tried. Okay, so now we have someone named Eric.
Hi, Eric. If you could unmute yourself.
This is Eric Eisenhut in Lansing. Thank you, CJ.
Are you here, Eric, to speak at the privilege of the floor?
I would like to, I'm sorry.
Something that's not on the existing, on tonight's agenda.
I am interested in speaking the Cayuga Lake National Bank branch in the exit onto Franklin Road.
Okay. When we get to that one, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's too bad, CJ, that we can't figure out a way to ask the question and people can raise their hand if they need to, if they want to speak to the privilege of the floor.
That's a good question. The only real way to communicate two ways is to message them all and say, email me with what you'd like to speak about, which we certainly could do.
I think that's a good idea, and the idea of time and efficiency, if we can try to implement some other change in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
We do it through the chat room.
Well, how about instead of asking them if they're talking about something on the agenda, just ask them what their topic is, because most of them don't know what's on the agenda.
Okay, yes, we'll try to have a little bit better efficiency here. So it's just that I don't necessarily assume that everyone would have access to their email. I suppose if they're here, then they probably do. So let me go and message the room and ask them if I haven't already spoken to them to have them email me with their topic. And we'll admit one more while I'm doing that. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep.
We have Melber D. Okay.
Perhaps the other thing that we could do, I'm not sure we're required to have a privilege of the floor. And we could initiate it only if someone sent you an email. Is there a way to, proper way to deal with it? If someone sent you in advance and told you they wanted to speak at privilege of the floor?
Yeah, folks who have sent information in advance have requested that we read it aloud, and so we're prepared to do that at the time of the agenda item. These are just folks that are just here.
But I mean, prior to the meeting, we
No,
could suggest
just-
that people inform us if they have something to speak about that's not on the agenda that needs to be done at the privilege of the floor. In other words, we can do privilege of the floor by request only. That sound reasonable, CJ, or is that something that's too difficult to put in place?
You know, I don't know that exact procedure that the planning board has put in place.
Yeah, I don't know
That
that
was
we're
more
required.
formally.
We're not required to have privilege of the floor, are we? You are muted.
No, there's a legal requirement that people be able to observe the meeting, but there's no legal requirement that you have a privilege of the floor or that you even allow people to speak other than at public hearings. With that said, it is certainly traditional to get input either on topical matters or matters that haven't come up or issues of community concern, regardless of whether it's not technically required. So you don't have to do it. But like most, you do choose to do it, and for pretty good reasons, but that's your call.
So if we choose to do it while we're in the Zoom meetings, if people have a topic they want to bring up, we can bring it up or make an appointment to do that. In other words, we can't go through the whole waiting room one at a time to find out if the people are here for the privilege of the floor or if they're here for an agenda item.
That's correct. And well, I mean, you could, but the amount of time it would take would defeat the purpose of the public meeting where you're supposed to get public business done. So one of the ways that I've seen people do this is just they ask for privilege of the floor, and anyone who's in the waiting room can raise their hand if they wish to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda, or let everyone speak regardless of what the when it is on the agenda, the matter is scheduled. And if there's a reason to come back to them during your deliberations on something, you can always tag them if they're still there.
Yep.
In other words, if someone wants to speak about item 4 or item 7, they can do so now during privilege of the floor, with the exception being that if you're having a public hearing, then that in fact they can speak during.
What
So
does the board think about that idea?
I think that your original idea is fine. We ask them if they want to speak about something that's on the agenda. If they do, we put them back in the waiting room until that item is up. Otherwise, they can speak.
I like to raise the hand. If you can ask the question and have them raise their hand if they want to speak at the privilege of the floor.
I would love that, but I can't see people's hands in the waiting room.
That's not possible with this technology.
One thing about privilege of the floor is that the board does not have to answer back to some issues raised at the privilege of the floor.
Correct. All right, well, we can discuss this at a later time. For tonight, we're muddled through, but it sounds to me like we'll need to find a way to address this. So we got anyone else? Melber D?
Yeah, I'm calling about the Cayuga mine, the Cargill project. I'm the design manager, Darren Melberger, representing Cargill.
Okay, then we'll
Okay,
bring
good to
you
know.
back in at that point when we get to that agenda item.
Any more in the queue?
Well, frankly, it's hard to say who's here to speak about a project and who's here to comment. Looks like there's one more phone number. Just admit them. Yes, I would love something other than this waiting room. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
If they text a number,
We could put more specific instructions on the waiting room page. That might be.
Yes.
Phone number ending in 7122. Are you here for an agenda item? Or what reason are you here for?
You
Hello?
are muted. You are muted if you're talking. We can't hear you.
This is true. You are muted. 7122.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
Yes, I'm the project manager for Cargill.
Oh, okay. Then we'll get back to you when we get to the Cargill agenda item.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So that pretty much takes care of privilege of the floor. Is that correct? CJ?
That looks like it.
Good. Doug, do you have anything for us from the town board?
We can't hear you, Doug.
Oh, no, how about now?
Yeah.
I was muted. I didn't realize that. Our town board meeting, September 16th. Had a draft 2019 audit presentation from Insero and Company CPAs and Patrick Jordan. Sounded pretty good as normal. Town clerk presented the tentative 2021 Town of Lansing budget. We had a consent agenda. I don't know that I need to go through it all, unless you'd like me to, but that was all adopted. Resolution approving and adopting Town of Lansing COVID-19 time and travel policies. A resolution approving and authorizing an amendment and extension of the Scoops ice cream stand until 2026. Resolution authorizing town supervisor to execute parks, recreation, and trails master plan agreement with the MJ Engineering Group. And a resolution authorizing nuisance issuance of a notice and award of execution of directional drilling contract for Consolidated Water District Improvement Project and Consolidated Water District Extension 5. We did have two comments in the privilege of the floor. One was from the SEE group, letter read by the clerk. Concerning the Dollar General, or proposed Dollar General. And we got a call from one of the neighbors of the new DOT facility on Hillcrest and Warren Road. As we all were upset with the state increase in land assessments for what would be downtown where this place was, and a decrease in their land value for where it is now. Pretty compelling, but I already voiced my opinion on that. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Does anyone have any questions for Doug?
Nope.
Must have done good, Doug. All right, are we ready to move into the lot line adjustment on Sharpstein Road, agenda number 5? This is Sharpstein and Auburn.
Yep. Obviously has nothing to do with me.
And what are we doing here, CJ?
So this was an application for a lot line adjustment that happened to exceed the acreage threshold in the definition. And so I'm, as per the subdivision regulations, am forwarding this to the planning board for classification. We've done a couple of, I would say, similar projects before, essentially. They're proposing to adjust the lot line, I think approximately 4 acres. So it's more than 1 acre in gross. So that's why I'm sending it here.
I'm a little dense, but I couldn't see where the original lot line was and I mean, I see the proposed, but I guess in this map, I didn't see the
Not
original.
shown on this map.
Oh, that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's more to the north than the west,
Okay.
especially the north, all the way up to Sharpstein Road, I believe.
Oh, so they go more, the land goes up to the north and to the west and we just don't see it. Okay.
CJ, do you know what the current use is for the 2.57 acres that are going to be subdivided here? I see a note that says paddock.
I think it's
and
a
open
horse pasture, I think.
Yep, that's exactly right.
It's basically brush lot and open land.
Okay. I thought it was potentially horse pasture, but I don't know if anybody's got animals on at the moment or not.
Yeah, I think they do. They have a couple of horses there.
I think they said it was for 3 horses.
Do we know if the Halls who are going to be purchasing this, if they are interested in keeping animals there?
That's my understanding is, yes, this is for the horses.
Okay.
There's no road frontage here, right?
No road frontage.
Nope.
So it's obviously not for development of any kind or necessarily. It's going to continue to remain pretty much as it is.
The other lot.
Yep.
Yep, it's just for them to pick up that acreage.
So what action would you like us to take?
So then the planning board would just agree that this is a lot line adjustment.
I so move.
Does anyone disagree?
Second.
Pardon, Lynn?
I was seconding Larry's movement.
Sounds good.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we can move this right along.
CJ, do we have to make this a motion and vote on it?
Yeah,
or is
that's
this a
fine.
consensus?
Yep, just make a motion
Okay,
allowing me to approve it. Okay. Okay,
Go
and then I
ahead,
think
Larry.
Sue's here to record the vote.
Go ahead, Larry.
I made the motion and Lynn seconded it
What was the motion? Could you say it again? Because you got
to
one.
allow CJ to proceed with this as a lot line adjustment.
And Lynn seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
All opposed? Abstain? Okay, CJ, you can do that.
Thank you.
You didn't need a roll call, right?
For a motion?
No, sometimes we have to say.
Resolution.
Yes, yeah, resolution, yeah. If you didn't need it, that's fine. Move on.
Yeah.
Number 6, the project is Cargill. The new building down there, do we want to bring them in to explain it to us? Did we have 2 of them
Sure thing.
here for that?
Yes, yes, we do. Hold on just a moment.
Guy keeps dipping his hand in the water.
Is Zoom being particularly bad tonight?
I think the wind's blowing and so it's making
Oh,
it,
there you go.
it's making
And
it.
there seems to be a hesitation because we all seem to be walking over each other. That doesn't usually happen.
Except
All
in
right,
person.
we have a couple or three people here from Cargill.
Right.
Go ahead and make up your presentation.
Are you anticipating anyone else to join the team here?
No, this is all of us.
Just the three of you?
Who do we have? We have Colm and Melissa, or this is Darren.
Phone is muted.
Hi.
I was muted.
I'm sorry, issues. I'm back on here. Hi, everyone.
Okay, did you guys have a presentation you wanted to make?
We didn't really want to make a presentation, but we could. This is Darren with Jacobs Engineering. We're an agent for Cargill. The PM from Cargill is also on the call. Her name's Melissa, but she can speak as well. But we didn't realize we should do a presentation, but we could. We submitted our site plan application for this planning board today. So that you have that in your possession, the site plan application. You have the seeker short form, and you also have a lot of backup drawings of the salt shed covering over the pad that's there already. So this is our second time in front of the board.
Right, and to the best of my knowledge, you're gonna have to go before the zoning board of appeals for a height variance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. So we have the zoning board set up for the 13th, I guess, of October. We're going to request a 75-foot maximum height for the building.
And there was some question about the road in the back being wide enough.
Right. So Colm's going to speak to that. Colm's our civil lead.
Yeah. So the question is whether is it wide enough for fire apparatus? Was that the question? Sorry.
The question is it wide enough to meet code? And do you need?
So we've provided a perimeter road for fire apparatus access around the building. We have on one side reduced that underneath the 20 feet width that is required to meet code. That's given the existing site conditions and the steep grading that's there. So we have on one side reduced that down to 14 feet, 15 feet on one side of the building. But we've provided 20 feet around the remainder. So the code requires that you get within 150 feet of any one location in the building. So that's what we've tried to provide. But on that one side, there's the limitation on the width. So we would need to seek variance from the code on that.
The limitation on the width is because of the existing slope of the land, correct?
That's correct.
I've got a question.
Yep.
Go ahead, Al.
The new road is proposed on the west side of the proposed shed or roof. I'd like to know what's the distance between the edge of the road and the center line of the creek. I scaled it off and it appeared only to be like 60 feet. Now we have another property that's coming up later on today, and we're requiring 100 feet from the center line of the creek. So, I would like to know what's the road distance, the edge of the road to the center line of the creek that goes into Cayuga Lake. We could get that next time.
Okay. I can provide that information. So we have that.
It's in excess of 100 feet though. The
From the edge of the road to the center of the creek?
yeah, it's about 100 and it's about 100 feet, right, Cole?
Yeah, that would be right. From the edge of the road, I think it was probably provided from the edge of the building to the center, to the edge of the creek. But then from the edge of the road to the center of the creek would still be over 100 feet.
Oh, I mean, it didn't scale off that way from the aerial photos, but, okay.
Okay.
Can you double check that for us, please?
Yeah, we'll provide some graphics on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is Al, is that still a federal wetland down there? I don't think so.
No.
No, that's what I mean. Yep.
But we're doing it with Salmon Creek with Harts from the center line of Salmon Creek, 100 feet back. This is the center line, so just another creek going into Cuga Lake. So the way I'm looking at it, if we do it for one, we've got to do it for the other one.
You're right.
But actually, in the case of Mr. Hart, he's offering 100 feet. So we're not in a position where we need to demand it, so we don't have to set that precedent.
Okay.
Larry, go ahead.
I believe our order of business tonight, the only thing that we're really supposed to be doing is determining lead agency, right?
That's correct.
Correct. And answering any quick questions you might have in a review.
That's perfect for us. Thank you.
So do we have any questions?
You show a section view with a height of just under 65 feet for the peak. And I heard you say earlier that you were going to be going for a variance for 75 feet. Can you let us know why that is?
Yeah, so the existing pad is on a slope from rear to front of the building, north to south, and that picks up 10 feet. So the section you're looking at is the rear of the building.
The short end.
And the front end is 75 feet.
Okay, thank you.
One other quick question, maybe this came up last time, I don't recall. The color of the shed roof, is that going to be earth tones by any chance?
Oh, we definitely can do that. So if that's a requirement, if that's something you would like, we could have renderings of a color other than white.
Yeah, I think, you know, something that size stands out, and if it could be something that blends in with the background, I think everyone would appreciate that.
That's a good idea, Al.
I think Sean said something about that last meeting.
Yeah, he did. So this time, we have a rendering in the package. I don't know if it came out well. It's on the Colm, isn't it, at the end of the packet, the 14-page packet?
I'm not sure if that one went into this packet. That might have been in with the zoning.
Funny. Well, that one had a brownish color to it.
Yeah, that's all. We're just real quickly, if you could bring some sort of earth tone, it would be ideal.
All right, and we'll provide a true rendering of that.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add one thing.
Go ahead, Larry.
Just for Al and the rest of the members of the board, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the precedent we're looking for calls for us not to have any structure built within 100 feet of a creek. So
okay.
The road for the repair and maintenance of the drainage catchment would not be what we'd be talking about as far as a structure.
Okay.
But I still would like to know the distance from the edge of the road to the creek.
Okay.
So that, that still goes, but I was just trying to clarify something.
Okay. All right.
I would also like to clarify that at Cuga Farms, we set it at 50 feet from the creek. I think down in Ludlowville, we were going 100 feet because we were under the assumption there was some wetland there and we wanted to get outside of that. So I don't really want to set a precedent that we're trying to set all projects at 100 feet from the center of any creek.
Okay.
Well, we also did it, set it at 100 feet for the corner of Warren Road and Asbury Road.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. Well, corner of Warren and Asbury. Yeah. So, but again, at Cuga Farms, we had 2 or 3 creeks running down through there that we set at 50 feet. So we have, I think each property is going to we'll have to decide on it on a case-by-case basis, but we would still like to know how far that's going to be at any rate. So Do I hear a motion that we take over as lead agency here? I guess DEC doesn't really want it.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does she need to call the roll?
Yeah, this is a resolution, so she really needs to call the roll.
Oh, she usually interrupts me with a timely interruption. Sue, are you calling it, or Heather, are you doing it?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Heather was going to do that.
Sue, you're more than welcome from the look on
Okay,
Heather.
I'll do it. I'll go ahead and do that. Sandy,
Yes.
Lynn,
yes.
Al,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Deborah,
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes.
Okay.
CJ, I see somebody was requesting to be let in to speak.
Yep, they're in, for
They're
Cargill.
muted.
Yeah, I'd let them in before, but then they weren't, and now they're back.
Okay. I really don't have any idea how to pronounce that name. But would you like to speak? Person whose name starts with MSZ?
That would probably be
They're part of the project
this
somehow.
Sean.
This is Melissa. Are you referring to me?
Yes.
Someone.
Oh, no, I don't. Yes, I do not have anything to add. I think we're good.
This is Darren again, Jacobs Engineering. We have one last request. I don't know if you can address it tonight. You, at our first meeting, you said you might be able to provide a recommendation for the vertical, for the 75-foot variance to the zoning board. Is that something you would still consider, or should we just go to the zoning board without that?
How does the board feel about that?
Related to that, I have a question. What's the height of the pile without the cover?
The height of the pile is 40, they have a 40-foot stacker, so they stack it as high as 40 feet inside the building. And then,
So I
and the stacker,
understand, I would not,
go ahead.
I would not have a problem passing a suggestion to the Board of Zoning Appeals that they allow the extension, because the height of the pile without a roof is in excess of 36 feet. And the roof is going to protect it and keep pollution from getting into the lake. So I think there's a very good reason for allowing a height variance.
All right, Mark, would you like to speak? You have a comment about the 100-foot buffer?
Yes, this is Marta with Jacobs. Sorry, I was just having trouble getting in via Zoom. So thank you for admitting me. I had a question about the 100-foot buffer. So this creek, although it's it falls under federal jurisdiction, there is no buffer requirement. So I just wanted to confirm, kind of go over that with you. Why would we be required to comply with the 100-foot buffer?
But the planning board could implement a buffer. It could be 20 feet, it could be 10 feet, or it could be 200. I believe that's within our purvey or whatever the word.
Yeah, it is within our purview and under site plan review. All we wanted to know is what the existing distance is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then, so we're going to have to kind of clarify that, correct, Holm?
Yes, Mark, I'm not sure if maybe you just missed the start of that. So we're going to provide.
I think I did.
Yeah, we'll provide just a map showing the dimensions from both the existing road and then our proposed road to the center line of the creek to the board.
Okay.
So confirm, CJ, will we provide that to you and you distribute that to the board? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, we'll do that.
column, I didn't
Okay.
see any, anything in the drawing showing ditching and drainage for the proposed road around the lower pad.
Yeah.
So if you have anything for that, if you could show that at the next meeting, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, so I just heard that you guys agreed to serve as the lead agency. So we prepared kind of a draft short form. And so I wanted to confirm with you if that's that we should be completing the short form.
We're going to have to do the part 2 to see if to see what the answers to our part 2 are before we can determine that.
Okay.
And I got another question. I'm sorry. Does the installation of the new road, does that affect any stormwater at all? The amount of area? Does that come into play?
As in an increased area of runoff?
Yeah, I mean, in other words, you're going to disturb more than an acre to put the road in. Do we as a board need to consider or look at stormwater from that? Anybody?
EJ, have you got?
Yeah, if there's, yeah, I'm sure they noted.
Yeah, so there will be a
Stormwater
stormwater pollution prevention plan and a notice of intent that will have to go in for a construction speedies permit as we do disturb over 1 acre.
Yep, so all of that'll be forthcoming. Okay. So we've taken lead agency. I think, does anyone else have any questions? Larry?
CJ, what do we need to do as a board to pass a recommendation to the Board of Zoning Appeals if we wish to?
Well, I generally wouldn't recommend that, if only because that's not
our spot.
Yeah, I mean, only, and of course, Guy could speak more to this, but the only time that that's required is during a subdivision review.
Okay, my only reason for asking that is the client seems to think that at the last meeting that you discussed this with them, it was inferred that the planning board could make such a statement to the Board of Zoning Appeals. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, and I hear that.
At the meeting, so I didn't make the promise.
Yeah, I don't recall a promise, certainly. We can go back and check the tape, of course, but
we did mention it.
Well, we were just looking for some support. If it's okay, if there's no formal mechanism to recommend, that's fine.
I think that we have made a recommendation before in subdivision questions, or where there's a subdivision that's got a little bit shorter road frontage or something like that. And we have suggested that possibly that in our view, that would be all right. But I'm not sure that a height requirement would fall under that.
Yeah, just
Larry?
to clarify, there's 3 areas where there are cross referrals to ZBAs, site planning, special permits, and subdivisions. And the statutes that address those 3 areas read almost identically, except that subdivision says that the advice of the planning board can be provided to the ZBA on request. Normally it's provided with the referral. And the reason for that is when you get into a pure variance that's not part of a subdivision, which is principally your peer review. A subdivision is something that you're in charge of as the planning board, whereas a true variance is something that the ZBA is in charge of. The legislative history and the courts are pretty clear that the reason that you don't make a referral is that the ZBA is acting more in a judicial capacity and should be insulated from the quote unquote political pressure or influence of other bodies that are either in favor of or against it. They'll have their own public hearing and people can address it at that point.
Good.
So certainly it's a fuzzy line that's been crossed before, but I'll say what I always say to every town and every village. You can make a recommendation on a referral to the ZBA in a subdivision situation, but otherwise special permits, special use permits and site planning and straight variances, you really should just let the ZBA exercise its own jurisdiction without any outside influence, not because they would or would not be influenced, but because it would appear improper as well. But it's your call. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't recommend it.
Good,
Okay.
we'll take your advice. Thank you very much, members of the Cargill Task Force. And I assume that CJ will be seeing them back at the next meeting, or after they go in front of the ZBA.
Yes, they're going in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals on, I believe, October 13th is the next
Yeah.
meeting. And
Yeah.
I believe they also are going to be appearing before New York State Codes Board for a variance as well. Is that correct? I don't know the full details, but.
Yeah, we will have to seek just a variance on the for the fire.
Okay. And when would you anticipate that?
I'm not sure at this time. We don't have anything in the pipeline for that yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks, board. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Cayuga Lake National Bank.
I think we had somebody that wanted to speak to us about the bank, didn't we?
Yep.
Yes, we also have received some written comments as well, and just wasn't sure which order you wanted to do that. The folks who are here wishing to speak and then read the comments.
Let's read the comments first. Either you or Sue can read those, or Heather.
Yes, I was actually going to ask Heather, and everyone, welcome Heather Dries. She's our new Sue, as it were, our new clerk. So, welcome her.
Hello,
I don't
Heather.
have them in front of me. 1
She
second.
doesn't have them in front of her, CJ.
Oh, I was also copied on them. Hold on just a moment.
I'm looking for him.
No worries. I just put her on the spot so everyone didn't have to hear my voice all night. Here's something different.
Well, if we got tired of that, all we'd have to do is shut off the sound. Of course, we wouldn't really
Do
hear
that to
anybody
you
else.
too.
Could be up a creek then.
That's what Lynn does whenever I start talking anyway.
I believe Diane is here to speak, but there was a message from Paul Southard, a resident of 17 Maple Drive. Okay. And they asked that it be read into the record as of this hearing.
All right, who would like to read it?
All right, Heather, you got that one up? Okay, nice.
Need to
You have
open.
to unmute, Heather. There you go.
Paul writes, my name is Paul Southard, resident of 17 Maple Drive, Lansing, New York since 1984. I wish these comments to be read aloud into the record of this hearing. Number 1, it must be noted that the eastern 116.79 feet of this property is zoned R1. I do not agree with the planned 10-foot wide access road around this portion of the property to the previous constructed office complex. The office complex property has all the access it needs from Trip Hammer Road. In addition to provide the 10 feet of access would likely cause damage to the mature evergreens on the adjoining property. This portion of the property should remain and be allowed to be wooded and overgrown for screening purposes to the adjoining property. There is already a culvert off Franklin Drive that services this R1 portion of the property. No additional culverts are needed. Number 2, I do not agree with the bank exit onto Franklin Drive. This is a residential street that already experienced trying to turn onto Trip Hammer Road. If this is allowed to go ahead as shown, anyone who plans to head east on Proville Road will likely turn left and proceed east on Franklin Drive to Armstrong Road and left towards Proville Road. This would avoid the intersection at Trip Hammer and Proville Roads. This will put more through traffic on Franklin Drive, a residential street with many families with small children. The town needs to establish a proper posted low speed limit for Franklin Drive. Number 3, there is no arrangement of screening to prevent the headlights of vehicles using the drive-through lanes from illuminating the house and property across Franklin Drive, which fronts out on Trip Hammer Road. Number 4, any parking lot and exterior building lighting, any exterior building lighting must be designed to minimize upward and off-property light transmission. Number 5, any air conditioning and heating equipment must be of low off-site noise transmission type similar to the Mitsubishi mini split systems. Number 6, emergency generator testing should be confined to between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Number 7, the county needs to establish a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit for this end of Trip Hammer Road from Sharon Drive North. Thank you, Paul Southard.
What's his address? Does he get it?
17 Maple.
Where exactly is that?
Where's Sharon Drive?
Other side of the street is Sharon.
Maple is off Franklin, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, he's just right around the corner. Just if you go on to Maple, I think he's the second house right on the corner down there.
Is he
So
the fellow that was
he's a
in
stone's
here?
throw from the development.
Is he the fellow that was in here before with the
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, he came before us before. I believe that's the same gentleman.
Yes, with Sharaba's office building.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Franklin Drive a town road?
Yeah.
Well, I wonder how much, let's see, if we got somebody from the bank been entered? CJ, is someone from the bank here?
Yes, yes, and there's also an additional comment. I believe the speaker, Diane, was here to talk about this project also.
Yeah.
Was that correct? Because I have a Diane.
I think so.
I think you're right.
Also.
I thought, was it Mr. Eisenhut? Didn't he also want to speak on this?
Yes.
Yes, correct. Okay, so we'll admit then. Hold on just a moment.
Question, CJ? Are these comments and questions better put during the public hearing? That's what they're here for, right? The public hearing.
That's correct. So I guess I must have missed that the planning board did not yet open the public hearing.
So
That's why I said
can
something.
I hear a motion for a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Jerry, I'm not sure we can actually do that. We have to advertise it in the paper for a public hearing first.
Thought we did that.
Yeah, we're good.
It's on the agenda. It says that tonight is the public hearing for this. And the declaration of lead agency.
Thank you, Sue.
Sue was not the one that sent in the public hearing notice.
Right.
So. Sorry about that, Sue. We took care of it.
Okay, so we are, the public hearing's open. And we have read one. Do we have any more comments to read into the record?
There is somebody, Diane, who I believe wishes to speak on this matter.
She's
Diane,
muted.
would you like to speak on this matter?
Unmute. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I did send an email in, but I can read, if you haven't heard it already or read it yourself, I can quickly go through it now.
We'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Pardon?
We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Is this about the Cuba Lake National Bank branch?
No.
Okay.
This is in regard to the Dollar General store, the last item on your agenda.
All right, we'll bring you back. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay, admitting Eric. Is this about the
There he is.
Eric, did you want to talk about the Cuba Lake National Bank?
You're muted, Eric.
Yep. Yes, we would like to speak about Cuba Lake National Bank.
Okay, we're ready to hear your comments.
Okay, so this is Eric Eisenhut and Christine Eisenhut. We live at 12 Bean Hill Lane in the town. In the last meeting, there was discussion of the exit from onto Franklin and whether that should be directed to force traffic out to Trip Hammer. My personal opinion is that I think that it would be better if people that live in the community, whether that is off of Armstrong, off of Trip Hammer Terrace, off of Hillcrest, would have the opportunity to avoid making two left-hand turns onto Trip Hammer to go home. It's the concern of speed limits and people driving properly through neighborhoods. I think that's great. Post the speed limits and ensure that those rules are in place. But from the standpoint of a small community bank, I think it's better that the residents that are going to be using that bank don't have to get out onto Trip Hammer only to get off of Trip Hammer again. So I'd encourage that exit out of the bank coming to Franklin to be either left or right.
Both is what you're suggesting.
I'm sorry, Jerry, say again?
You get the choice of turning right or left.
Yes.
It force you in one direction or another.
Exactly. I think that it's a small community bank. It's not going to be a cut through for people trying to avoid intersections. I think it's what is the safest way home, and telling people they got to take two lefts out onto Trip Hammer does not sound like the simplest or the safest decision.
Does the board have any questions?
I think it's point well taken.
I think related to this, do we have information about the level of activity they expect, the number of clients per day?
Well, they have two tellers, according to the print, two teller stations. That's my question. If we get someone here from the bank as to how much traffic they expect at the drive-throughs, but I just don't see the traffic overloading Franklin Drive from this little bank. And if people were going to try to go around the intersection, they would already be turning right on Franklin and scooting up and out Armstrong. And
I agree.
It's happening some now.
Good point.
I mean, I see Eric's point. I understand your point, but if we're looking at it from the members who live along Maple Drive and Franklin Drive, putting more traffic through that residential subdivision, I don't think is a good idea. Likewise, on your area on Bean Hill Road, I don't think you would like more traffic going through your subdivision. That's what we're looking at, is that additional traffic, which is related to commercial, going through a residential neighborhood. And we're trying to limit that, I believe.
And it's certainly, it's a good conversation to have, but I think when you look at the number of people that are going to be using the bank, and the bank can speak to their numbers, the only people that are going to be going left are people that live in the communities, and to give people the opportunity to get home with fewer left turns, to me, should be the priority. I know in the last meeting, there was a concern that people would use it to go to Groton. I just don't see Cuba Lake National Bank putting a branch in Lansing and think that it's going to be the big draw to Groton when they're currently in Union Springs and Aurora. So I think it's really intended for those of us that live in close proximity. And it would be my preference. And at the same time, whatever the restrictions should be put in place to ensure speed limits and things of that nature, we don't want anyone driving through neighborhoods like that, because we run on those streets, we ride our bikes on those streets.
Exactly.
We're very familiar with it, and it's a wonderful long flat section. So
yes, and I think if you go down
Al?
there in the evening hours, you'll find that Maple, Franklin, it gets a lot of foot traffic. It's used by many people in the community because it's a nice loop road. So I think that's what we're looking at, and that concern is putting more traffic there in an area. And I understand it's there for vehicular, not necessarily foot traffic, but it is used by the residents of the community as a walking lane.
Al, do you think it's better served to end up with lines of cars trying to turn left onto Trip Hammer Road at 4:30 at night?
Yeah, I know. I understand your point. I see points both ways. I understand what you're saying. I know. I try to get off of that road and take a left at 5 o'clock, and it's pretty difficult. I understand that. I see both points there. I don't know which one has more weight or not.
Well, and I can see people going up Franklin to avoid either the either intersection, the Asbury intersection or the Proville Road intersection. I mean, if I was a resident and knew the area, I would certainly go up Franklin to avoid either one of those intersection at between 4 and 5 o'clock. I agree with Al that I don't think we should. I think we should limit the push through residential neighborhoods with traffic.
But how does the bank drive more traffic would be my contention to that. People that live on Horvath, people that live on those roads that are literally just a quarter mile down the road, you're going to force them out into congestion. And we're only talking about bank customers. We're not talking about general traffic avoidance.
True. You're right, Eric.
All right. Sorry. Thank you.
Larry?
No, you're right.
The issue that I have is if we do away with the entrance on Franklin, then that means we have to put another driveway on Trip Hammer Road. Now, I'm on record when we did the office building next door that any more development in this area, we should be looking at the driveway to this corner lot coming through the parking lot from the existing office building, and then possibly one on Franklin Road, because what we don't need is 1 or 2 more curb cuts on Trip Hammer Road within 200 feet of that corner.
I concur.
And I didn't know this land was even going to be developed the last time we had this conversation.
I anticipated that it would, and that's why I made the comments I did during that meeting.
Right, Larry.
Well, I think it's good that Franklin is a town road because it gives us a little bit more control over that in terms of speed limit and traffic calming measures, at least at the board level. So I think we have certainly more options there than on Trip Hammer. I mean, I'm assuming Trip Hammer is a state road.
County.
But I would agree with Paul Southard that we ought to be looking at, reducing speed limit there at the north end of Trip Hammer before it gets to Peruville for sure.
I think when I tried to get the speed limit reduced on Atwater Road, I was told that we had to go to the state to get any speed limit stuff done, right? Is that
Yeah. You're correct.
And so we at the county or the town level don't really have much say in that. And they were. Go Go ahead, Larry.
whether it's a town road or a county road,
It's
we
still
don't
has
have
to
any
go to the
control
state.
over the speed limits.
Mhm.
We being the town.
We could make a recommendation, but they don't listen well.
You gotta wad up 5 or 6 cars and kill some people, and then they start listening, and that's a very sad way to go forward.
I'd like to get Cricket's opinion on this. I mean, we're not highway experts. He deals with it every day. I'd like to get his opinion. Does he think it's better to let the traffic go onto Trip Hammer Road and try and make a left when it's difficult at 5 o'clock? Or does he think it's better to let that traffic proceed through a residential subdivision? At this point in time, I'd like to get his 2 cents and go from there.
We could do that, Al. How much traffic do you anticipate we're talking about? I mean, I don't see this bank being more than 30 or 40 cars a day that might end up going down through there, and that would be like negligible.
Then maybe it's a moot point, but I think let's get Cricket's 2 cents on this. Is that okay with everyone else?
I think it's a good idea, sure.
Yeah.
The thing that we have to remember is the alternative to the exit on Franklin Drive is to have 2 exits on Trip Hammer Road, which is
Yeah.
It's not.
crazy.
I like Larry's program with the entrance through the other lot or the other development.
Are they gonna retain, Doug, do you know if they're gonna retain ownership of this property?
I do not know that.
I wonder if the bank is gonna own it or if the other development will own it. In
Well,
other
if the
words,
bank
we can't-
if the bank owns it, we can't have a traffic going through another development or
Right.
not easily anyways.
Eric,
I beg to differ.
Eric might have an answer for that, by the way.
Yeah, the bank's gonna own it.
Okay. Here's the deal. We're planners. We mentioned to the other developer that if that lot were developed, it should have an entrance from that parking lot. When we're doing the any series of site plans for buildings in our commercial area, one of the things that our board has stated is that we're going to be looking for rear access, parking lots back off the road behind the building, much as it is in this case, and for connections between properties to minimize curb cuts on the main road. Those are all legitimate planning items. And Guy, correct me if I'm wrong, that's within our purview to at least ask for.
Yeah, well, I mean, within reason, it is within the scope of site plan review to look at how traffic flow, both vehicular and pedestrian, will affect nearby roads and future development sites. So shared parking lot, reverse frontage, those are all common solutions for these types of issues.
And so that, of course, would be the best possible solution, is if the bank had an agreement with the development next door to be able to use the entrance of their parking lot, and then you could exit out Franklin Street as far as traffic trying to enter and leave Trip Hammer Road right there at the corner.
But we still have the question: do we allow the traffic to go through Franklin, or do we say no left-hand turn out of the exit of the bank and direct it all onto Trip Hammer Road? I think that's the question. We have one resident of the community that says it should be one way, and another resident of the community would like it the other way. So that's the talking point right now, I believe.
Yeah, but I think that as far as not having a extra curb cut on your Trip Hammer Road, that would be desirable.
Okay. Doug or Joe, do you have any quick comments on this?
Other than there is already a curb cut on, from that property on the Trip Hammer Road.
But not used.
Well, we used it when we built the other job, so
I like the idea of asking Cricket.
I do too.
Yep. He's been asked. I'll just bring it to his attention again, all right?
Do we have anything back from him?
Nope.
Answer?
Yeah, we'll just reconnect with him. I'm gonna see him Wednesday and possibly Thursday, so we'll do our best to coordinate. Okay, there's an additional commenter, I believe, Deborah. I don't know if they're here for this particular matter, but I figured I'd admit them since they showed up now.
Okay, let's admit them and see what they're here for.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Boy, it's not connecting at all, is it? Struggle to get people on.
While we're waiting, to be fair, of the two comments we had on that, only one was in the, only one of the two commenters was in the direct neighborhood. Only the one on Maple Ave. I would remind everybody that Mr. Eisenhut lives a few miles away. Although I agree with many of his statements.
Bye, Joe. Bye, Joe.
Say love you.
Love you.
Okay.
Okay, well, Deborah's iPad seems to be
Having a
not
hard
quite
time
connecting.
connecting.
And I believe that's it. Other than the project team is all here, I believe. I'm happy
Can
to
we
admit them. Yeah, I'm sorry, Deborah's iPad.
It's been talking to my iPad. Did Zoom update itself?
Probably.
It's acting very peculiar.
All right, Cuba National Bank branch, Cuba Lake National Bank branch. Team, do you have any comments to make?
No,
I mean, I didn't know if you wanted us to, speak to the question on, what we anticipate traffic wise.
There you go. That's the question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's hard to say, but I will say this right now, we're a, $186 million bank, and our main office in Union Springs probably averages 25 to 40 cars a day, depending on the day. Obviously paydays are a little more popular, things like that. But I also did want to mention, so I mean, that'd be our guess. I mean, obviously we're not going to put a branch somewhere where we don't expect some traffic. But a couple of things. One is that banking has changed quite a bit over the last 6 months. There's a lot more electronic transactions than even there was before. It's sort of been the trend anyway, but this coronavirus has expedited that trend. The other thing that we've considered is that the ITMs is what they're called. rather than the ATM that you folks are used to, it's actually a video teller machine, and that would allow us to have expanded hours, which we would hope would maybe sort of prevent the quote unquote, 5 o'clock rush. People don't feel the need to get to the bank right before it closes or get to that, drive up window. It's not a traditional drive up with a tube and things. It allows us to have a person work remotely and video in. It would, instead of us closing maybe at say 5 or 6 on a Friday, maybe we're going to be open till 8. I mean, that's still up for discussion in terms of our end of things, but we definitely feel that it will help with the mitigation in terms of the traffic, whether it be either Trip Hammer, or if it's coming from the ITM, it would definitely be Franklin. So we can answer any other questions in terms of that. But
Larry?
I have a question directly related to that. One of the comments from the public in the hearing was the fact that cars coming out through whether they're internet tellers or video tellers or whatever, coming out through there, those lights will be shining on the property right across Franklin Drive. And it would become rather important that those lights didn't shine into somebody's bedroom window, whether it's, after daylight savings time is over and, during the early hours of darkness that we have during fall and winter. Shining headlights into somebody's house is a no-no.
Yep.
So
yeah, and actually our engineer can speak to that because he did a study. He actually has a program. So Chris, I see you on there. If you can help Larry with this question.
You're muted.
Chris, you're muted. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yep.
Sorry, they're vacuuming outside my door. I didn't want you to hear it. So to address the concern of the light shining directly into the house, we located the house. The driveway is shifted so that if you look on the updated plan, you'll actually see that the building, the driveway itself is now coming out on the east side of the house. And we're proposing to mitigate any of the turns as best we can by putting vegetation on between the driveway and Trip Hammer running up Franklin, running west on Franklin, so that it is not a direct, when the vehicles are turning right, yes, there will be some crossing it, but it won't be as they're pulling up to it that they're shining in there for any extended period of time.
And the garage is on that side too, right? The garage is actually between Franklin and the house for the most part.
It is right now, but we didn't consider that because many times you see somebody convert a garage into a game room or whatever. So basically we just looked at, here's the footprint of the house, that's living space, avoid it with the headlights.
So you'd be working with the property owner to plant a buffer on their property.
The plan as we've got it shown right now is on the bank's property, or what the bank is proposing to acquire.
It's on the map, Larry.
Okay, but that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm looking at that here, and a car turning right out of the bank's parking lot, those headlights would not be buffered from shining into the windows of the house on the south side of Franklin Drive.
That is correct. As it's shown right now, while that car is making the right turn of that element, they would not. I mean, certainly that's something that I think the bank would definitely entertain discussing, putting some vegetation over there, to buffer that if that's something that would help address this concern or better address this concern.
Well, one of our issues for site plan review is seeing that no light or no light or any other kind of encroachment on surrounding properties happens to the best of our capability.
Larry, originally, when we talked after the first meeting, we thought about putting the drive onto Franklin at an angle to make it tougher to make a left turn, but that put the lights directly into the back of that house. So
I understand. I just wanted to clarify and make sure that you all knew that I know that the plants you're going to put on your property aren't going to stop the lights from going on the neighbor's property. That's the question that that came up in the public hearing before.
From that neighbor or from somebody else?
The person on Maple Avenue or Maple Drive. They objected to the fact that the lights would be shining on the houses when cars came out the exit.
But the person that lives in that house has not made a comment about it.
Correct.
Now, the person that lives in that house probably has some pretty bad light coming in their house from cars turning left off of Trip Hammer Road on Franklin. That would be a lot more objectionable, I think, because that would come right in their front windows.
I don't disagree, but it was brought up at the public hearing and we have to address it.
Yep.
But the reason the drive is shown the way it is if you look, we've shown the houses both along Trip Hammer and also what is on the other road. You can see that you're going right down the backyards.
Yep. I understand that.
So George,
and now it's in the minutes that we have discussed it.
Yeah, I wonder what we can possibly do about it. Everybody, when they pull out of their driveway onto any street, going to be shining their headlights into the house across the road. And I don't know that there's any way to address that on simply because it's a commercial property. I don't know how you would address it, but it seems to me that it's almost inevitable on every single property that is habitable.
Something else to throw out there, if I may. This is not all of the vehicles leaving the property either. We're only talking about the vehicles leaving by Franklin because they'll still be able to leave, by Trip Hammer as well. I'm not diminishing the discussion. I just want to put it out there that, we're not talking about all the vehicles going that way. It's still going to be, somewhat of a potential nuisance to them. I don't think anybody's disputing that.
so Chris and George, a question on the plantings. So I see that there's a detail sheet that shows how you're going to plant, but I don't see a schedule for plantings or planting sizes.
So the plantings, the type of trees, we've got two things to consider. One is we need to keep them native to New York, something that's going to grow with the soils we've got there. But we also have the NICEAG concern as well. And we just got their list of accepted species that they will basically let you plant within their transmission line locations where they're not going to come and hack them up, 10 years down the road. So we've now got that, and we can get with the landscape, our landscape engineer or landscape architect and say, okay, here's all our choices. Here's the box, which one is the most appropriate or which ones are the most appropriate for here. And obviously we're going to want something that's not only good for the summer, but also in the winter when we don't have any leaves on the trees.
So Chris, I think that we're also looking for something that's going to be size appropriate right outside the box, when it's planted, so that we don't have to wait for 5 years before it's effective.
Yes, something, possibly speaking now without having spoken to the architect, something that's on like a 10-foot spacing where there's 2 rows. We see that quite a bit with spruces, a couple of different types of spruces. They're native to New York. They fill in quickly. They grow up to 5 feet in a year, but they max out in height as well, so that you get a quick fill, but you're starting out with something that you can't see through. If you step off to one side or the other, you will be able to see through it. But if you're standing directly in front of it, looking back, you're looking through 2 rows of trees staggered a little bit to give you that screening that you need.
If you look at the neighbor immediately to the east, the residential property there, they've got a bunch of pine trees growing directly under NICEAG's wires. And probably in a year or so, they're all going to get topped.
Also, is there any way you can put a few accent trees between Trip Hammer and the building? Are you gonna keep a few there or add a few?
The intent is to keep some and then infill with some others as well.
Okay.
Part of that area we will be using for stormwater. I know that was
Yeah,
a
I
concern
see
that was
that, but if
addressed
you
at
could
the
add
last.
a few more accent trees in the front between the road and the building, I think it would dress it up. And then the other quick question I had, why did you move the easement all the way to the line? I think it was in the middle of the lot before.
Yeah, so that easement will not be a constructed path. That's something that it's going to be 10 foot wide that gives the owner of the property to the north the ability to walk across the property with a push mower or something. We are not proposing to install anything in there in terms of removing vegetation or building a road or something like that.
It's purely, it allows Andy to walk across their property without asking permission.
Okay, can we like put something in the resolution that limits what that can be used for? Is that okay with you guys?
That's a good idea.
Concern about that.
Yeah, originally want to walk across there. What is there's something not making sense to me.
I can't answer that, Jerry, other than the fact that Andy wanted the ability to go to Franklin Street without asking the bank's permission.
I mean, it looks to me like he's got pretty good access to his back of his property from, the current development parking lot.
But he's also got access from the north because he owns up there at the corner.
Right.
So, I mean, he just asked, originally I thought he wanted to be able to take a tractor through to get back there, but he said, no, that's not the case.
I don't really see a good reason for it.
Yeah,
I don't mind having it there as a buffer. There's no curb cut there. So that would actually be a buffer between the bank property and the house directly to the west of them.
What's currently there on the site, there's like 40 feet or so on the east end of the site that has a New York telephone easement. It's all wooded right now. That won't be touched.
Except by NYSEG.
Well, who knows what, who knows?
New York Tel, yeah.
But it's a New York Tel. Why we have no idea, because there are telephone lines that come across Trip Hammer, run down the south side of Andy's building that he just built, and then runs behind and goes out to Pruville Road.
I don't have a problem with the 10-foot piece as long as it's explained in the resolution. That is not for vehicular access to any of the properties. That seems to be the concern of the members of the public that included it in their comments.
Right, I agree, Larry. Good idea.
Well, Larry, their other concern is that, a 10-foot wide path is going to be cut there.
That's not the case.
10-foot wide path.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm sure you understand that we're sitting here saying, then why? Why is it there?
And then what's going to happen in 20 years?
It's 10 feet today.
Natural, and there'll be an easement. There'll be no driveway or whatever.
Because long-term,
he's just getting an easement. He's not retaining ownership of that 10 feet, right?
Correct. And furthermore, I thought he wanted to go to the existing drive off of Franklin, but that's not the case. And we're planning on taking that existing drive, that's the curb cut onto Franklin, out.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much of the comments you were online to hear, but one of the concerns is the people are concerned that you're going to be cutting down all the trees on the east side of the property.
That's not the case.
There's no buffer. Pardon?
No, that is definitely not the case. The current state of the east side of the property in that 40 feet does not change.
You have a document that says that?
It shows on the site plan.
Good.
If you look on the site plan, there's a kind of a half circle line going along the east side. That's the tree canopy that's out there now. And as you can see, we're keeping all the work to the west of it, so.
Okay,
And now going back to your question about along Trip Hammer, there's several trees in the northwest corner of the site that will stay. That huge weeping willow will come down, because if we don't take it down, the minute we open the bank, it'll fall down into the bank. So
Yeah.
Once we get the lines of the storm retention, then we'll plant from there.
Yeah, just dress it up.
Chris is well on his way to having that done.
You got a lighting plan on the way?
We show where the lights are. It'll be the same kind of lights that we use next door or similar, either exactly the same or similar.
So George, on this one, I'm concerned about the presentation of lighting at night on the south side, because that's residential neighborhood. So, you know, I don't know if at certain hours you would be diminishing the level, the amount of lumens on those lights or something like that for things that are facing south towards the residence side.
The one thing that we have to check is the drive-in teller area, because the state has a requirement for a certain light level where you have a drive-up transaction. So underneath that canopy will be bright.
Those will be downlight.
It'll be downlight, so it'll be
sky compliant.
But so it's coming down, but there is I forget what the foot candle is, whether it's 100-foot candle or 60-foot candle, but it's fairly high, so that nobody can hide in there.
okay, is it, the judgment is our guideline is below 3,000 Kelvin. I think you can maintain 100 lumens at less than that. Isn't that so, Dean?
Excuse me, I'm not sure, but I am concerned, you know, on the building itself, if you can put wall packs on there or something that, you know, those can be dimmed once we get into the evening hours. They're potentially going to be up above the vegetative screening.
The wall packs currently, you can actually change the optics on them. The only potential area for a wall pack would be on that south side where the employee parking is, in the canopy of that one, where we could go to, it doesn't throw out very far, but it spreads wide, but not, so we can limit the optics on the wall pack so that we don't throw, we're only throwing light out 20 feet or something like that, but we can spread it 60.
Good.
The
I
owner
don't really object to, you know, lighting out on the trip hammer side, but certainly this is a boundary, right, between a, you know, one zone and another zone. So I think we need to do all that we can to minimize.
We currently show four pole lights that kind of do the drive in the parking area. And those, if you go out to the project directly north, there's light on the parking lot, but there's not much glow in the sky.
Go ahead, Al.
Real quickly, the neighbor had a question on programming the generator, the tests. Is that possible?
It
On
is
the time?
possible. It is possible. We try to have those timed so that it was during operation hours, so we know that the
Okay.
actual generator's working.
Great.
Yep.
Okay.
The other thing,
Al,
Al,
the question.
the other thing, Al, is we're gonna put a fence, and the question, we're not exactly certain what that fence is around that utility area to shield direct transmission of sound. Currently, we're also looking at a small dumpster that's only like 3 foot high, so even at 4 foot, all that stuff is hidden. Propane tanks, all that stuff is hidden.
Good. Okay.
I like the building. It looks nice. It doesn't look like an industrial building, so we appreciate that. I'm just wondering, at some point you'll give us some color drawings so we know what the color palette is going to be on the building.
We could, we really haven't discussed color with the client yet.
Nothing like really bright or gaudy, maybe.
No,
Something
I
like
mean, it'll be earth tones.
Oh, okay.
It looks like you're doing like a shiplap siding. Is that correct?
It'll be lap siding, yeah. So it'll look like clapboard. And then we've got the similar stone facade down along the wainscot, similar to the building next door. We haven't, the only place that glass goes to the floor potentially is in the front.
Better watch, we'll be using that as our standard.
Another thing that we did, the bank requested it, we actually added like a walk across the front that goes to a patio area. Now, the bank could use that for outdoor dining in the weather like we had this summer, but there's also discussions like Girl Scout cookie sales and stuff like that could be held there.
You gotta have some place for the Hare Krishnas to shake their tambourine.
Hey, George, do you have any idea what the traffic flow is through the ATM next door?
At Tompkins, no, I don't. I mean, realistically, you know, the times I've been there, I would say like 5% of the time have I ever seen a car there.
Right, I haven't seen very many. And I'm curious as to how often ATMs get used anymore.
This one's a little, well, let Kelly speak to this. This is a little different because you put your money in this too.
Yeah, so this ITM is actually a video teller and it allows the extension of hours. So potentially maybe so customers aren't trying to hit the bank right at 8 a.m. and trying to get into the bank right at 5 p.m. It'll allow a video teller to be able to operate a transaction for them, cash a check to the penny, make a deposit, make a loan transaction, things of that magnitude. So, you know, that's the type of things that you'd be able to do with an ITM. And I think Scott alluded to this earlier. With COVID, we've seen a lot of efficiencies, a lot of customers utilizing remote deposit where they take a picture of their checks to be able to deposit into their account. And they do a lot of transactions online now. I think a lot of the traffic that you're going to see is going to be opening a new account. If they needed to come to the bank and get cash or something like that, they could use the ITM, they could come inside. But I think that it'll give the ability of a little bit more flexible service for them so that they're not all rushing to get to the bank first thing in the morning and very last thing at night when the traffic's the heaviest.
So I'm assuming that opening accounts and large paperwork issues are going to be done inside.
Yes.
They're going to be done inside, if not even online. They could be done either way.
Not sure I've been inside a bank in the last 6 or 8 months.
Right? Now you've seen the efficiencies, right? COVID's made us look at things a little differently now.
Is there a chance that some of the space will not be used at all? Because it looks like you're setting up a very nice looking space.
So we have a little bit of a different feel. We didn't want to go with the traditional teller line. We really like the idea of a universal teller, someone that can be able to handle any transaction, whether they be opening a new account, helping you with some online transactions. If you're having some difficulty with your iPad, they could do the transactions if they needed to there. But the versatility of being able to kind of have free movement and not be tied to the teller line in the traditional sense.
The other thing is, rather than having platform officers like a typical bank that sit out, you know, on the carpet in the big space, everybody has an office. Even the tellers could go to that third office. So if they do something privately or wanted more confidentiality, it's available.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the planning board was curious about trip generation, and Chris actually sent me an email while the public hearing was happening, talking about some of the trip generation numbers from the ITE, Institute of Transportation or Traffic Engineers, who have been kind of the gold standard, I suppose, of most you know, suburban trip generation studies. And I'm wondering how those numbers, you know, are holding up both in this age and whether you think those really accurately reflect what we could anticipate from this bank. Just trying to understand if the planning board needs additional information or would like to have additional information on trip generation.
CJ and Kelly and Scott, the numbers that I gave you, there's two different, I don't know if everybody can see this or not. This is the Bible for traffic studies. It's published or updated once every few years, and it's based on thousands of studies across the United States. And what they do, if I may, I can get that up there so you can see it. It plots all these different studies from all over the country based on the type of facility you've got. And for banks, it's broken into a walk-in bank or a drive-in bank. And we are a mix of somewhere in between. So the numbers are slightly skewed for both of them, but they're in the 160 to 180 range. That's 160 to 180 vehicles peak hour that they would see coming in based on these studies. What's that mean? 180 cars over 60 minutes is 3 vehicles coming in and out of there each minute in the busiest part of the day. But what the bank is proposing to put in is actually going to take that, and rather than stretch it out over that 4 to 6 o'clock time frame, or the 3 to 5 when everybody's getting out of work, they now got that ability to come in at 7 o'clock after they go out for dinner or whatever and still accomplish the same thing. So what you're going to see for peak traffic in the bank is actually going to be less than that. And I'm sure that the next generation of this manual that comes out next year will have the intelligent ATMs in it. It's when this one was published a few years ago, that there wasn't enough study information there to accurately depict it.
George, for the HVAC plant, where is that going to be located?
The intention is to use a air source heat pump mini split system. So whether exactly you're gonna have the compressors either back to the side there in that thing, or up on the east end of the north part of the building where the stairwell is. I prefer to put them there in case there's any. There's not a lot of noise to these. We're currently using those systems on Andy's building to the north. I don't think people even know they're on.
Yeah, I would agree that they're probably going to be quiet to begin with, but if you're going to put them in that nook over there on the northeast side, that would be ideal.
Yeah. And then we'll have an air source heat exchanger for ventilation there, and that'll just vent through. That'll be up in the second floor in that that mechanical space
room.
Data center is. The other thing we're going to use this building for, this will become Cuba Lake's emergency backup for their Union Springs. So that's the big reason for the generator.
Any other questions?
There's no way to fix any traffic after we get done with this site plan. I mean, there's no way to put toothpaste back in the tube. And so I hope, well, maybe there is for an engineer. But I really do think that we got to work this Franklin Drive thing out, maybe with a neighbor next door. I don't know how you breach that, how you deal with that. Jerry's pointed out that, gee, it happens on every corner lot, but this is a commercial residential mix, and I'm still puzzled, to be honest. I don't know what the best deal is.
I don't know that the neighbor next door has ever complained or has been to a meeting. Is that true, or am I missing something?
No, I don't think you're missing anything. I think everybody else in the neighborhood is more concerned than he is.
Do they know it? Do they even know that it's happening? Have they been noticed 600 feet for this hearing tonight?
They must have been notified.
Yeah, they're directly across the road.
I got notified.
I mean, the only thing I can think to do, Lynn, would be go knock on their door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, since I'm not that far away, I can go ask them and then get it in writing.
Just make sure. I'd like not to be setting up a nuisance for them that they're going to have to live with, but I think with their garage in between, there's in between the house and the driveway for the most part, that there's very little actionable here.
What I'm not certain is there's a structure off the back of the garage, and I don't know what they're using that for.
Yeah, me too.
I think they have an apartment back there.
That's what I wondered. So, and there's windows that face on the angle, because the garage is turned 45 degrees to trip hammer.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess the question, that's what I'm saying. I could go knock on the door and say, you know, hey, would you even allow us to be on your property?
It's up to the board, but I don't think it's a bad idea. You might as well find it out now.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel comfortable knocking on the door and saying, this is what we're planning on doing, you have concerns, and they have no concerns, and just back to us and say, I spoke with the neighbor and they're okay with what we're doing, then it eliminates some of our concerns.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get Kyle Dake to go with me.
Very understanding fella.
George,
Then I'm not worried.
one of the things that we hear the most often is people come to us all angry and say, we never heard anything about this. And one of the problems we have these days is people will talk to their lawyers before they'll talk to their neighbors. So I think you've got a good idea.
Thank you, George. If you don't mind stopping by there and reporting back, we'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go there and I'll write a letter to CJ with what happens.
Is that, let me throw this out there, is that going to set precedent for any future development for the town? That if you don't do it, that you could be opening yourself up to different criticism?
For years, we've been trying to get developers to talk to the people whose neighborhoods they're moving into.
No, I think it's a great idea. I mean, we like the idea, and I'm definitely behind it. I just wanted to throw that out there so that if it came up down the road that, you know, we talked about it. Hey, we do a lot of, when we have public hearings and stuff where we're doing the presentation, that when we get beyond the planning board component of it, where we send letters out, certified letters out to everybody in the neighborhood. So that if they choose not to go, you know, they were at least informed of the opportunity. I think this is a great way to do it.
I think if we have a problem or a situation in the future where you're bringing a driveway right out, that's going to have people coming out at night with their lights on, and it's going to be pointing right into somebody's house, we'll probably try to work out a way to inform them, make 100% sure that they're informed.
Just to cover it, sure.
Looks like the property
do
owner,
that.
Ann Beckert, Bechert.
That's who lives there?
Well,
That's what the assessment office says. Owners.
So everyone within 600 feet, and Heather can speak to this, did receive an agenda with the item highlighted, as well as a full public hearing notice with the link to the project submittals, our contact information. I mean, you know, we try to be pretty thorough.
Okay, we got any other questions for these people, or do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? Are we at that point?
So moved.
Jerry, if you would just affirm also that the comments that were previously read were part of the public hearing, because I think.
So the comments that were previously read in were part of the public hearing.
Yes, whoever that person who had, I think it was Paul Southern's comments. Okay, excellent. Thanks for that. Thanks, Guy.
Do I hear a second? Larry made the motion. Lynn seconds, even though he's got the.
Correct. Yeah.
There you go. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, thank you very much. Where are we going from here, CJ, as far as the bank's concerned?
Resolution for lead agency.
Lead agency?
Yep. Yep, and that was what I was alluding to as far as the any context that you were interested in getting as far as additional traffic or any other element of environmental review that you wanted to ask the applicants any more questions about, because tomorrow this will go to town highway, county planning for referral. So we'll start to coordinate all of those pieces of it. So just want to let them know if there's any other additional information you feel like you need from them, study-wise, to be able to make a decision here.
I move that the planning board be the lead agency.
I second.
Sorry about that. Sandy,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Al,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
and Jerry.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions that we have as far as traffic studies or any information that we want to see? Have we pretty much gone through everything that we could ask them?
You know, the other thing to possibly ask is, because of the use of Franklin and Maple roads for walking, et cetera, is if there's any wiggle room for extending paths of some kind off of the surface of the road, or is that just too narrow?
You're talking like sidewalks?
Or, sure, we can go sidewalks or a gravel path.
That's pretty narrow.
Is it? I
Shoulders.
thought so driving.
The shoulders are pretty skinny, as I recall.
Not only are the shoulders skinny, but adjacent to property, our property to Franklin, Franklin's like 2 to 3 feet above our property.
Ah,
So it falls off there. And then the ditch at the corner of Franklin and Trip Hammer is fairly deep.
how much for that?
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you all showing up and making your case.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good to see you, George.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we moving into the Maple Ave minor subdivision?
Yes. I
That'd be
don't
big.
believe there's anyone here to speak about it, but the applicant is here. I'll go ahead and admit the applicant. Speak about the project. Okay.
So we have information here from the Lacane Environmental Services that there actually is no wetland there to discuss. Did everybody get a chance to look at that?
Yep.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Do you have any additional comments?
I think I was a few minutes behind on the YouTube video, so I missed anything that happened with the closure of the last item and me getting let in. So I got let in as you guys are closing up the last one.
Okay, I was bringing up the fact that the wetland, that Lacane Environmental Services has been there, and I assume you went there with them.
Yep.
And they found no evidence of a wetland.
Yep. Based on what he told me and in the email that I forwarded on, a lot of the mapping system is based on remote information, not in-person reports, and it's pretty common that it doesn't match exactly what is on the maps. And from their research there, they did a few test dig sites and looked at the plant life there. They determined that there weren't any wetlands where it is shown on the national maps.
Is it typical that once one of these studies is done, CJ, that it updates the national map? Just out of curiosity.
That's a really good question. I don't know.
I mean, since somebody has made this certification, it seems to me it'd be good if we could get it to whoever so that this is one more piece of information that's accurate.
So they're not
Yeah.
gonna trust somebody, and ground proof. It's too easy, but I said there are no hydric soils or anything that would indicate a wetland. Excellent, excellent.
Well, for the next 10 or 20 years, and then who knows what happens, right?
Yeah, they're talking about a 5-foot difference. It's pretty extreme.
Are you talking about the side of the creek, the drop? Yeah.
So do we need to go through the environmental assessments, or did we already do that last time?
I don't recall if we went through the part. I think we might have gone through some of the part 2, but.
I also corrected on the latest one, the flood, the marked that it is in the floodplain, and that's kind of covered in that 100-foot setback from the creek.
Yeah, I had mentioned to Matt, and last time that we were here, we looked at the Seneca River watershed map, the new FEMA map that was done for Salmon Creek, and because that will be in Zone A and Zone X, not until 2022, but still, I thought it prudent, to mention to him that he could consider updating the Part 1 accordingly to reflect a future anticipated designation by FEMA.
So are we satisfied with the short form?
Yes.
I see we have both of them here. I can't see any reason to go through the long form, but I don't know if anyone else on the board does see a reason.
No.
No,
No, not with the due diligence with, getting LeCane in there.
Okay. Dean, would you mind reading through this?
Part 2 or Part 1?
Yeah, Part 2.
All right, short environmental assessment form, Part 2. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land?
Yes, but
A small impact?
Small impact.
yeah,
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
No, the existing community is actually residential.
Pretty tight residential in terms of homes close together.
that's correct.
Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area, CEA?
No.
No.
And it's been checked.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities?
no,
No.
Will the proposed action impact existing A, public-private water supplies?
Very small impact.
B, public-private wastewater treatment utilities?
None.
None.
No.
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources?
No.
No.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources? Example, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna.
Nope.
No.
Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems?
No.
Will the proposed action create a hazard?
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
Sure.
So there was this question about runoff coming from other parcels of land onto this land. How is that going to be dealt with?
Is that dealt with under code enforcement in the rain gardens and the storm sewer? Any information that, I mean, the under the code enforcement? I think.
Yeah, I think, I want to say Dondi was there to speak to this last time.
Yeah.
Let me check back on my email. But the question is whether the applicant can be required to mitigate drainage that's coming off of other properties.
Well, that seemed to be the concern of some of the people that wrote in.
I think last time that addressed that.
They would be the ones that are creating the runoff, right?
Correct. Currently, that runoff right now is just being dumped onto this property.
This
and it's
property
not really
has
being
to
dealt
have
with in any particular fashion.
This property has to have a way to deal with that when they build on it, correct? I mean, they're gonna have to deal with the runoff, whatever water enters this property is not gonna make it to the creek.
Making it to the creek now.
But it won't once we built on it. At least the any additional water that's caused by impermeable surfaces. Is that correct?
That'll be taken care of, correct.
Right.
Well, let me try to clarify something. As I understand it, the whole stormwater thing is that these people that are building on these lots are not going to allow any runoff that they generate with their own impermeable surfaces to leave the site.
Right.
What we were talking about here is that people are saying, well, water's running off my lawn onto theirs. Well, now what's going to happen to it? Am I going to have to take care of it myself? I have a little trouble with the people that are asking that question, because if they're generating runoff that's currently going on somebody else's land, they're the ones that should be dealing with it.
Well, I think that with this 100-foot buffer, you know, we've got an area there that's not going to change significantly, that's already dealing with that runoff that's being directed onto these properties. I think that's kind of the whole point of that buffer down there to a certain degree.
Well, part of that is what a creek is there for, and the whole reason that the creek is there is because there's runoff coming down off of those hills. And so I don't think that it's possible that we're going to stop all water coming from any place on those hills from going into the creek. I mean, that's the way the whole earth was designed, sort of.
Last time Dondi spoke about this, he said that the properties would complete a basic SWIP when they disturbed over a half an acre at the time of a building permit.
Right.
So that shifts the responsibility to the lot owners. But then again, if the parcels are never developed, then you never actually need a SWIP. So it kind of remains to be seen how they'll be sold. Matt could probably obviously speak to this much better than I can, but I know that there was some interest in obtaining some of the lots or somebody acquiring them as is. So that kind of allowed the subdivision, but also put the onus on the person getting ready to get a building permit to actually comply with stormwater and erosion and sediment controls. So it's kind
Go
of
ahead, Guy.
Just to pipe in, generally speaking, stormwater control isn't about controlling all floodwaters or runoff in an entire neighborhood. One developer, one landowner isn't required as a condition of land approval to solve a neighborhood-wide problem. What stormwater aims at is says you have an existing amount of runoff occurring that flows across or is generated from your property. As a result of your site disturbances, you cannot improve or increase the amount of runoff from your property. In other words, you need to be able to treat back to the same condition that already exists. So if there's a certain amount of sheet flow already running over the property and you make an improvement by adding impermeable surfaces, you can't increase that sheet flow or increase erosion or sedimentation into a water body by your action of improvement. You must treat and attenuate and make sure that you don't increase the runoff. So if you have property that already has a lot of water flow over it, you don't have to stop all the water flow. You just cannot add to it. And there's some variations in how that all works, but when they do their SWIP, they'll do the calculations and the engineer will review it.
Good. Any more questions? Are we ready
We've got
to?
to deal with number 11.
Oh,
Did we answer number 10? I think we did.
Yes.
Number 11, will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health?
None.
Tom, did we answer your objection there?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, Larry?
I think just for the edification of people that may be listening or people that would be reviewing these later, 7B, the reason we answered no to that is because the county has already done the work on the waste systems and have determined that they will be adequate. Okay, I think we need to make that statement in this case.
All right. Are we ready to vote on a resolution?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion
Which one?
for the neg deck? Is that
Neg deck? I move we declare negative declaration.
Second.
Okay, Sandy,
Yes.
Lynn. Lynn. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
You're muted.
Thank you. Al,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Deborah,
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes.
And I have a quick question. Are there only 11 questions? I don't have that form in front of me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Do we want, is there any discussion on the resolution for the preliminary and final approval, subdivision approval?
No.
Are there any conditions? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
the conditions are included under the resolve
Yeah.
clause.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, Sandy,
There weren't any.
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Dean, I'm sorry, not Dean yet. Al,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Deborah,
Yes.
and Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I think you're all set, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep. Have a great night.
Now are we going to look at the Savage Club of Ithaca? At
Yes.
the old church?
Yep, applicant is here to speak about the project. I can admit them if you like. Yeah, okay.
Cool, fancy.
Are we gonna have any intro music?
And we
How
want
about a
the
little
video
Gilbert
to
and Sullivan?
Savage Club of Ithaca. Do you have any comments you want to make if you unmute?
Yep, I got myself unmuted. Hello to all of you. I should have video too, sooner or later, right? Can anyone see anything other than our logo right now?
No. Is this Jack? Who's speaking?
No, start fit. Here we go. There we go. I'm much better now. Very good. Hello, hello. You know,
Okay, do you have a proposal, or do you want to tell us what you're here for?
that's it. No, this is Bill Hefner.
Okay, Bill.
Hi.
Bill, can you hear me?
Yep. I can hear lots of people. So this is Bill.
Do you have YouTube on in the background?
I do. Oh, thank you very much.
You may want to turn that
Yep.
off because there's a lag there.
Thank you. I will. I was watching and waiting, and so I will no longer. Got it.
Okay, you want to tell us something
Now I'm
about
live.
the club and what you're up to out there?
Sure. Thank you very much. And hello. I know at least one or two of you, and from a past history, Lynn, that we have together. The Savage Club of Ithaca has been around for 125 years. We are we're a bunch of hams, is what we are. It's a social club that has been around in the Ithaca and area since 1895. We entertain and we are there for the enjoyment of club members and present performances in the community. We've been a little more active than we have in the past. We were not as active as we were in the early 1900s when before television and everything else, when there was some reason to do a whole lot of musical performances and to keep yourself entertained. The Savage Club has, for a while, been looking for a place to be, to have a home. We have, for the past 10 years, been renting space at the South Hill Business Campus. They have a wonderful conference room out there, and they've stored a lot of our stuff. But we haven't had a place where we can meet monthly, and our routine is to have dinner together, then afterwards entertain each other with the songs that we may be presenting, with literature, poetry, and the like. The church that's out there is just ideal. One, because it has a basement, and so we do pretty well as a Rathskeller group, and living is basement living. But the upstairs, the sanctuary, is a perfect spot for small performances. And once we saw it, aside from our own idea of for us to perform for ourselves and for maybe some small audiences, we thought long-term, our fantasy is it'll be a wonderful space for amateurs and other people who are trying to find a space to either to practice in or to perform in. And around Tompkins County, it's hard to find places where it would not be expensive. We are a 501c3 corporation, so our mission is to try and encourage people to perform, to just love the happiness of music and literature and the arts. It has sustained many of us, and it's just a joy. So that's what we're going to be doing out there. Our activities are not much different than a church, although our religion is more music.
Churches have a bunch of that in their services too, I think.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Yes, they do. Some of you may know us. We have been performing for a couple of years, 3 performances a year. They're fairly large and public. One of them in cooperation with the Rotary Club for the past almost 10 years, called Laugh, L-A-F-F, Little Apple Fall Follies in October. It's been a spectacular fundraiser for the arts of the Ithaca City School District, for the Rotary Community Funds, their community grants, and for our community grants. We used, the second one is in February at the Unitarian Church that's more about 12 years we've been doing that. And then the one that has sustained us for the longest time and is part of our roots is entertaining the reunion folk at Cornell for when they come back in beginning of June. And the Savage Club has kicked off that performance that weekend since the 1920s. We've been just a constant there. That's been fun. The money we raise, some of it goes to support a place like a clubhouse, but most of it goes to supporting our community grants. We have I think I said in our notice to you, when I added it up, I was surprised, but $35,000 over the past 5-6 years, we've been able to give away to community organizations that mostly youth. It seems to be we are most in trying to help encourage youth in their musical and performance that they do, running to places. Vitamin L, been classics. Had a unique opportunity to support the Cornell Women's Chorale, and they went out to South Seneca and worked with the girls who were in the chorus out in South Seneca, and they brought in for a day somebody to talk about a cappella singing. And so that was a great partnership they had. We've also worked with the Unity House, buying karaoke machines, and then again, supporting them by underwriting for a couple of years, their big gala at the Hangar Theater for the young adults there to just blossom with music and performance. So that's a little bit about who we are.
Thank you. One of the questions that I have is, are you guys also purchasing the parsonage next door, or is that already sold? Or
that we understand sold. It was sectioned off, it divided, sold. I think it was July. It was just sold off. So it's just the church and the parking lot.
So the parking lot, yeah, it gets pretty close to the house, doesn't it?
It's on the other side.
Pardon?
Looks like the parking lot's on the north side.
Yeah.
But it also looks like it kind of dribbles onto the neighboring parcel there. Melanie Towner and Peter Clement. Kind of looks like the parking lot kind of moves over the line onto part of their property. Have you talked to them at all about really delineating that, or if it's all right with them if people park on the edge of their property?
Thank you for saying that, but we have not. We do not have from our seller an accurate survey yet. So all we have are the broad lines that you have. So there are a couple pieces like that we, thanks for noticing that. We'll look.
I was going to mention parking because you talk about small performances. It's like how many parking spaces would you have? And I mean, parking alongside that road is probably not ideal. I mean, the traffic moves through there pretty quickly. So I just was wondering how many parking spaces you would have available.
What they have said for the church is that there's, looks like there's, 50 and 60 parking spaces available. I don't know if that's true. I just know that's what it's said in the listing. We have not tried to put 60 cars there yet, nor will we for many. I mean, we have a couple of years before we get that far.
I think in order to put 60 cars there, you're going to have to develop some of the rear lot as parking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simply because it's nearly next door as we reckon things here to me. And I'm very familiar with the property. And that's why I was going to bring up the question the dean did about the parking. Because the lot lines that are indicated on the information that you sent us show what Dean said. That shows that a large part of the parking area is actually on neighboring property. CJ,
I was just about to.
Do we have a subdivision on this?
I was just about to show you there was a 2020 map from Reagan that shows a deed overlap actually for the parking areas. So that's probably not surprising, but let me just bring this up for you real quick. So you can kind of see, the area.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great,
that's the rest
I've
of
never
parking.
heard of parking dribbling out anywhere, but yes, so that's amazing. So you can see that there's this deed overlap as of I guess this was April, so maybe they're trying to sort it out. But this was a pretty recent survey, so.
CJ, can I get a copy of that survey?
Sure, yeah. We can,
thank you.
we'll just send you the link, yeah. No
All right, thank you. That'd be great.
Okay, and the other question I had, CJ, was the property subdivided?
It must have been subdivided. You mean from the rectory next door, at 998?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on 2.84 acres. And
looks like there's 2 tax parcels.
Yeah, I assume that was subdivided
long time ago.
At some point. Yeah, I'd have to dig into that a little bit, into the deed history, which I didn't do too much of, but it looks like it was done back in 1991 that Faith Baptist Fellowship divided off the rectory from the actual sanctuary. So
I have one question. I want to make sure that even though we mentioned it would be nice if we could find a performance space, that is not our major goal in this, is to create a SPAC or a Tanglewood. We are looking only to provide a service for people who may need a rehearsal space. I'm thinking perhaps students with a senior recital to show off what they do. It's very small in our scope.
Yeah, I think if we were going to have shows out there that were actual shows, that you would have to come back in front of the board.
Yeah, no, that's nothing that large.
And I've got a question on, we've asked this on other entities, time frame at night, weekends, in other words, no performances after 10 or 11. I'm assuming you're gonna.
Currently, I can tell you what we do as a group. That many of us are old, so yeah, 10 or 11 gets a little late. But for us, in our monthly meeting, we are gone by 9:30 with our steward cleaning up until 10. So I know that. Our shows that both, I think the last show, which is down at the high school, and our habit for the February show has been a 7:30 start each time.
Okay.
So, Billy, the applicant, comfortable as an applicant to agreeing to the condition of performances and any kind of amplified music ending by 11 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
I am happy that someone is going to use that property. Sounds like
Oh,
a
me
good use
too.
for.
Me too. I'd hate to see that church fall apart.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, there
Beautiful.
used to be studios like Flight, Dick Flight's place up in College Town on Dryden Road is gone. So unless you're going to a sound studio, there's probably not a lot of these type of performance spaces around. So it's exciting to see that as a use for this.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did it with a church in Newfield a number of years ago. It's a sound studio.
Right.
They did a nice job. Worked out well.
But half the entrance to the driveway looks problematic, so that's gonna have to be looked at. I don't know how, in real scale, if it's 50 feet wide, you got 25 feet to get in. I don't know.
Depending on where the property line
Yeah.
really winds up being, you know, there, I would guess that there's room, but I'd have to know where the property line is.
Yeah, it looks like there's a, here, let me just show this real quick too. It
Dick.
looks like there's a survey correction coming up for next year, for next tax year, or 2021. You can see the boundaries are,
Yeah,
these appear to be the correct boundaries.
that's good.
All right, so the larger is the correct boundary, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
dark
black.
line is.
Oh, good.
Well, it looks like there's two driveways as well.
So that driveway to the south goes away. That's the neighbors now.
Yeah, that's the driveway for the rectory.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, what do we need to do next, CJ?
Up, there's a
The motion.
planning board motion that's we've asked Sue to put out as a roll call vote. If there's any additional language that you'd like to add to the town board, this will be going to the town board on October 21st for a public hearing there. And then we'll be back to you at the end of October for final approval.
So this is going to the town board for a special use permit?
That's correct. Yep.
Well, as long as the condition of no amplified music after 11 p.m. is met, and as long as we get the boundary straightened out to ascertain the actual amount of parking that's available, I would say that's a motion I would be able to get behind.
Second that.
1 second.
Second.
Okay, and just to be
All right, Sandy. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to be clear that the conditions that the planning board is looking to apply would be something crazy is going on. Okay, site plan approval would be conditioned on the adequate parking and no amplified music after 11 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you define for me what adequate parking would be? How is that defined?
Yeah, that's, well, it's a bit up to the planning board during site plan review. So it's their determination about what is considered to be adequate parking. So when you come back at the end of next month, you'll have to, assuming that the town board approves the special use permit in October, you'll just have to demonstrate to their satisfaction that there is adequate parking. I can bring up the exact line in the code, but, or I can say separately.
We're concerned that there be no parking on the street.
Right.
That you
Right.
don't have anything going on there that's large enough to allow, to require parking on the street.
Sure.
And on the neighbor's property, that partially because of the question of the lot line overlap, we'd like to see that cleared up. So that's why we're.
It sounds like it sounds like it's really a measurement of maximum number of cars. It's a maximum number to come up with.
Yeah, you've got 10 foot by 20 foot or a little bit less, 9 by 20 or 10 by 18
Yeah.
parking spots.
Right, you can't put more than these number of cars in that space.
And
Right.
X number of handicap spots required,
Yep.
et cetera. So that you can find all that information out, make sure you measure it out, count it up, and boom.
Okay,
Okay, are we ready for roll call?
Yep.
Okay, Sandy,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Al,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Deborah,
Yes.
and Jerry.
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And if we actually were in person, we probably could have had a couple people come and sing for you. Maybe in a year or two.
We would
Just
have
get that
appreciated
turned
that.
around the right way.
I don't know why Zoom would make that a problem, though.
Well, you'd have to only listen to me. I'm sorry.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we'll move right into the store retail establishment out in North Lansing.
Yes, would you like to hear public comments first, or the applicant?
I think let's go for the public comments. Do we need to?
Okay.
This is just a sketch plan review, or is it even that far yet?
Yep, this is just a discussion item. The applicant is here just to introduce the project, as far as I'm aware, but I can let him speak.
Yeah,
to that.
let's let him introduce first, and then he can hear all of the comments in real time instead of on YouTube. Hello, Steve.
There we go. Unmuted now, I think.
Yeah,
Good evening, all.
good evening.
Did you want me to give a introduction to the project?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on behalf of Franklin Land Associates, LLC, we're excited to present this development project in the town of Lansing. First off, the location. It's on Auburn Road, also known as New York State Route 34, and this is about 500 feet north of the intersection with Lock Road. It's on the west side of the road. This is in the RA zone, which is the Rural Agricultural District, and a retail store is a permitted use with site plan approval. The commercial project proposes to subdivide approximately 2 acres to construct a 1-story, 9,100 square foot retail store that sells a variety of name brand products. I like to think of them as kind of a modern day general store. Some have been confused thinking that it's a dollar store since it has dollar in the title of the store, but that isn't really the case. The one thing I'd say they have in common is they try to keep their prices affordable. And some of the types of items that you can expect to purchase there are name brand products that are frequently used and replenished, such as food, snacks, health and beauty aids, as well as cleaning supplies, family apparel, housewares, and seasonal items. This would be considered a dry goods retail store, so no food preparation can be expected. No foul odors from making or disposing of food. It's a pretty low impact use. Some additional information about the store is the hours of operation can be expected to be from about 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. I spoke about where it was on Auburn Road, that there's an access that's proposed for the development via 2-way entrance exit on Auburn Road. And this is considered under New York State DOT jurisdiction. And just some background, we've submitted our plans to the New York State DOT and that's for stage 1. And we'll be moving on to stage 2. Stage 1 is their conceptual layout. So they kind of approve of the location and the basic geometry of it. Now it goes on to technical review. Back onto the site, it The development itself, it consists of 37 parking spaces, which satisfies the requirements. The parking lot, it would be lit using downward facing LED lights that would be dark sky compliant. So they try to keep it as low impact as possible. There's landscaping proposed throughout the site as well. They're trying to keep all the existing vegetation way back in the rear of the western part of the site. More money would be invested in sod up front, and the balance of the site would be hydro-seeded. And then there would be shrubs and plantings proposed as well. Stormwater flows in a southerly direction, and we design a stormwater infiltration practice, which would be in compliance with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation stormwater manual, which would include green infrastructure practices. And we'd be required to mitigate the peak flows so that they're below the current conditions. And a stormwater pollution prevention plan that demonstrates this is currently being prepared. The store itself usually starts off with about 10 local employees and then goes up to possibly 15. The building consists of a combination of brick wainscoting and split face rock with metal and all natural colors. So that pretty much sums up the presentation. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for your time and say that we're excited about this investment project. With that, I'd like to hand the meeting back over to the planning board and get your feedback and answer any questions you might have.
Probably the first question is, I'm sure you're aware that there's a new Dollar General store that just went in South Lansing, about 6 miles away.
Yeah, that is correct. You might wonder why here. Well, why is there one right 5 miles down the road, and they seem to be springing up in other places as well. Dollar General has an internal market planning division that works full-time analyzing and pinpointing where they think would be a successful place to open a store. And they figured out what works for them with how many stores that they have. And so there's a number of factors that go into it as far as how many households are within the area, a certain radius, the traffic counts of the state highways, the population of areas that it sits in between, and so on. So they feel that this would be a successful location for them.
Well, further to what Jerry said, there's also one in existence 9.1 miles away in Moravia, and there's one currently being built 8.2 miles away from this site in Groton. So within a 15-mile radius, we're going to have 4 of those stores if this one goes in there. It seems like, you know, to me, I don't know about the rest of the board, but to me, it seems like that's a pretty heavy concentration of the same retailer in a fairly small area.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. They're willing to go as close as 5 miles from one store to another. They think that they've got a successful business plan here with the location that they've selected.
What kind of longitudinal studies do they do on the success of these stores and their sustainability?
That I'd have to defer to my developer on. I can get you some answers on that at a subsequent meeting.
So is this store independent of other stores that Larry just mentioned? What's the operation?
So this is a different developer than the other stores, but they lease it to Dollar General as a corporation to rent out that space, and they have maintenance that they have to perform on their site.
So an employee in one Dollar General may be transferred or could work a different day in a different Dollar General?
That I don't necessarily know the answer for sure on. I don't want to go out on a limb and say whether or not they can be transferred from one to another,
Uh-huh.
but I can get with our developer on that.
So this is a situation where a developer is building the building and developing the lot. And then there you would be renting the space to, or leasing the space to Dollar General.
That's correct, sir.
Does the developer have any kind of commitment to the life of this building?
So they lease in what I understand to be a 15-year lease with an option. So they plan on being there for a long time with Dollar General. And they have certain requirements that they're supposed to meet for maintenance and making sure the store is performing and operating in a way that's beneficial to the community.
So this they you're talking about is not Dollar General. It's the people who are building this.
Yeah, Franklin Land Associates is the developer.
So if what happens if for some reason the Dollar General cannot make it there? I mean, they're not profitable there. So what happens to this building that just was built? I mean, I just see other communities have different stores, not necessarily Dollar General, but different stores, and then they can't make it in the community. And then you have this, big building that no one's using, and it has, weeds growing up, and it's a really, it's a big eyesore. And we certainly don't want that coming from Auburn area to have a big eyesore going into our town.
Yeah, I understand that. It's a legitimate concern. I've been involved with Dollar General, and this developer has done over 500 of these stores, and not one has closed. And we've been doing it for over a dozen years now. It's not something that we foresee happening.
Just a comment out of the blue. I don't think that this board is ready to look at a cube in a box. We have seen examples of Dollar General stores that are more in keeping with the neighborhood aesthetics. Some roofs, portico, something that matches the neighborhood. And I don't exactly know how you get around that, but I do believe we would expect that.
We'd also like to consider reverse frontage, or at least side frontage for the building, and reduce the size of the parking lot in front, bring the store closer to the road, and put the parking on the side and then back. We feel that that's less unsightly. It's more in keeping with the neighborhood, and also it fits what our current concerns are, which we have to align our work with the comprehensive plan. So we're looking for some flexibility from the developer.
Another question I have is how close is the residential homes to the north of the property, and possible screening between the building and the neighboring properties?
I think that when he says screening, Steve, he means something other than a 6-foot fence.
Okay.
Like vegetative?
Yes.
So to answer your first question there, how far are we away from the residents? It's approximately 150 feet or so from the building to one of his rear structures. We're about 50 feet off of the property line with our building.
Right, but to the, I think there's a home to the north, on the north of the building.
Yep.
I'm wondering about a vegetative screen along that north line to screen the building from the residential property.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm writing notes down, as you say. So I'm making a note, to see what we can do and talk to the developer about. I think a vegetative screening, some evergreen trees could potentially help provide a visual buffer to the north.
Okay.
So Steve, along those lines, we would be looking for a planting schedule, and not just what you plan to plant, but also sizes. I see on the current landscaping plan, you call for irrigation. Is that truly what you plan to do, would be to put irrigation in?
Yeah, they typically do irrigate the front portion of the site.
Okay.
Where are they going to get the water?
They show a well.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you mentioned planting. So other than the sod and the hydroseeding, the only plantings I see are 12 SJLP around the sign. Can you tell me what an SJLP is?
I don't know the botanical name. I think it's a spirea. It's a deciduous shrub that flowers low level, about 24 to 36 inches.
So 12 spirea would be the only plantings other than sod or grass.
That's what we have proposed right now. We can add more shrubs. I know it's been mentioned, the possibility of headlights being a concern. I think possibly some shrubs along the front parking area. Now, I don't know what the layout, you were mentioning, possibly moving things around with the building. But my idea was shrubs along the front to block headlights along the front parking.
Larry, on that corner, don't most of those properties share a well because there's limited water?
That's correct. There is limited water, but most of the properties no longer share that well because nobody was capable of paying the money to keep the line from leaking.
Okay, so they all have.
There currently are only 1 or 2 families on that well, and I'm not even sure if the line in service now extends to the fire hall.
Okay.
I used to be on that system and I got off it because of line failures.
Okay.
And the problem is that the reason I asked the question originally is that good wells are few and far between in that area.
Right, that's what I'm leading up to.
Yeah. And as far as using the well for the private water system, I'm no longer in a position to, I'm no longer a member of the board there, so I'm not in a position to make any comment on it, but I do not think that there's any option of extending that across the road.
So you haven't done a test well to see if there's adequate water on that site at all?
Not at this point.
Steve, okay.
No, that's correct.
I have a question about your deliveries. Are you looking to bring tractor trailers in that'll be pulling up on on 34 and backing into this property, or else pulling into the property and backing out into the street?
So there will be a full-size tractor trailer that gets, that happens about once a week. Usually they're on site for about 45 minutes, an hour to unload their truck. They would enter the site from New York State Route 34 and then kind of make a right turn into the front portion of that building. And then they use that as a turnaround, and then they back up towards the back left portion of the building, or the south west corner. There's a delivery door. So no backup maneuvers would take place on the New York State Route Highway.
And even if the frontage were reversed, they could do this, use the back part of the parking lot as the same turnaround. The reason we're concerned about the backing on and off that road is that's a 55-mile-an-hour highway, and you're right on the south end of a curve that's, well, it's a significant curve. The other issue is you're directly across from the emergency access for the fire company. Right across the road from where your driveway is the entry to the fire company, and we may want to talk to the fire department about any concerns there, CJ.
Gee, Larry, I haven't been there in a while, but I always thought that was 65-mile-an-hour road up through.
Only when you're driving it, Jerry.
There you go, boy.
CJ, could we have the fire chief look at that?
Yeah, absolutely. They're copied on project submittals as well, but I'll also bring that to their attention.
And what Lynn was talking about as far as the presentation of the building, basically, we've seen photographs and examples, and actually seen examples in person of Dollar General stores that have a peaked parapet rather than just a flat roof. The problem is, when we tried to call that to the attention of the people that developed the one in South Lansing, they claimed there was no such thing, and we know different. So we really would like some attention paid to the aesthetic values, and we'd like to see something other than a square flat box.
Understood. I'll let our developer know.
So Steve, back to that stockade fence, what would the finish be on that? Would it be stained, or would it just be left natural to silver up?
I believe it is natural.
Any other questions, comments?
I just want to reiterate Larry's concern for the reverse frontage. I think that could make a real difference in the appearance of the place, because it's an attractive area, and having just a blank box there would not add anything to it with a bunch of cars in front of it.
Thanks for your input, Deborah.
CJ, can you put up a Google Earth? Look at the site.
Sure. You want something pretty high res, or?
Well, just something that shows the two houses across the street, the one next door, the fire department, Linda's.
Okay.
So we get a bird's eye view, in case it brings up any other questions.
Well, one of the things that I have in mind that comes up during the seeker would be any historical context, and they may want to take a look at New York State, what New York State has to say about the area. One of the buildings across the street is the old Alcona Hotel, I'm not old enough to remember when that was running, and I do know that there were other buildings on the west side of the road, but I'm not old enough to remember them. So again, probably the historic view by the state would be useful.
Hippo.
Okay, you just want to zoom in here and take a look. Or it might be too far. There we go.
You need to
So
go a
is
little
this-
bit more north, CJ.
Okay.
Go.
No, it doesn't like that.
I lost a little detail.
Maybe a little. Jeez. Jeez. Maybe this is where they stopped flying over Tompkins County.
There you go.
Yeah, there be dragons.
Too excited. Just back off and hit it again. There. Too exciting.
Well, sorry, I thought pictometry was going to be better.
Just
Okay.
back off the resolution.
Well,
It may not be flown at that resolution.
yeah. Well, let's just jump on ImageMate here. Okay. Is that what you're looking for here?
Yeah, give us a view of what it looks like. What's that 1193 blacked out?
Well, looks like that
Fire
was
station.
looks like it was
Fire station.
Linda's is
down.
down at the bottom, but that's the fire station, above the fire station.
That's a house above the fire station. I've got Google maps
Okay,
on the
that's the old Alcona Hotel
The
that I
old
was talking
hotel?
about.
this one. Okay.
It's interesting that it's blanked out here like it's super secret or something.
It's only
Oh, it's
blanked
just
out
was
because it was
sold.
recently sold.
Ah,
There you go.
There we go.
We'll just turn off the sales. Okay, was this what you were looking for?
Yep.
Okay.
Though it looks prettier on Google Earth.
All right, well, you can share your screen, Jerry. I can stop
don't know how to do that. So the this blank area right here across from that house is where they're looking to build, right next to this gravel driveway, right?
Yeah, I believe, and perhaps Steve could speak to this a bit better. I'm not sure exactly where that new cut lines up with this, but I think it's right about where the 34 is.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty close to accurate there.
I think you can see where that Y-shaped driveway is on his
Yeah.
map to give you a relationship.
That's right. Good point.
And those two trailers will be removed, Steve?
Yes, that's correct.
How far back does the property go?
It is about 370 feet plus or minus.
So it abuts that horse pasture in the back,
Yeah.
Yep.
which is an agricultural use.
Then scroll out if you could, CJ. We've got some solar panels down there. A lot of land. What is over here behind? On that would be DeCamp Road?
Yes. So it used to be a trailer park in there.
Is that what that was?
Well, there were 4 trailers in there. that was all land belonging to the McDermotts. And I think some of the distant family rented some of the spaces there.
That's Cognac to the west.
The place to the west is where John Smith used to live. I forget who lives there now, but it's a two-story building about about 185 years old with a small barn behind it.
It's on the market right now for sale.
Could be, I don't get out much. COVID, you know.
Actually, it's been on the market for a long time.
Yeah.
Almost every place in New York is really.
It's the business climate.
Was this what you wanted to see?
Yep.
Does this work? Okay.
Good.
All right.
I wanted to see what the character of the neighborhood looked like,
It's
or make sure everybody saw that.
semi-rural and semi-outdoors.
Lots of trees.
And what isn't rural is residential.
Okay, are there people that want to speak?
Yes. And anything else for the applicant, or shall I bring him in again after this, or we'll just?
But can we leave him in here and bring in the commenters?
Absolutely. All right. So hold on just a
Steve,
moment.
we'd like it if you didn't answer any of the comments.
Understood.
The comments should be directed to the board, and the board will choose whether we discuss it now or discuss it later.
Understood.
Benjamin?
Yeah, hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay, are you guys gonna bring us in one at a time, I assume?
I believe that's customary in the Zoom days.
Okay, well, I think there are a couple other people on my street in the queue, and I don't want to be redundant with things I think they're gonna say. So Steve, in advance, don't take any of this personally, obviously, but as a resident of the newest residents of Sharpstein Road, actually, I think many of the families here are have been here for decades or multi-generation, and you know, we bought our house here because it was this, as you kind of described, this quaint rural area where you would not expect to find a concrete box on the corner. So I know, you know, I think some concerns have been raised with both the town board and the planning board already about the effect on local businesses like Lansing Market. So I won't rehash that extensively, other than pointing out, Steve mentioned Dollar General will open these stores within 5 miles of each other. And some municipalities have actually started banning them from opening that close together due to the effect they have on local economies. I think I shared a link to a CNN article about that with Heather, maybe. If not, I shared it with the town board and I will re-forward. So again, I don't want to rehash that extensively. My primary concern I wanted to bring up was about the traffic, which you have talked about both with the trucks backing in and with the previous gentleman with the church. I have data from the county showing this stretch of Route 34 immediately south of that intersection where Linda's Diner is actually the second most dangerous section of road in the town of Lansing. I noted that on the short environmental assessment form, the developer said no to the question, will this generate significant additional traffic? I am not a traffic engineer, but I looked up a trip generation report for another Dollar General in a comparably sized town, and only about a third of the trips were estimated to be pass by, meaning those are people who are already driving by as opposed to making an additional trip just to go to the store. So I questioned that assessment. I also noticed that some other inconsistencies or errors on that application. They said no to the question, is there any agricultural use within 500 feet? Which, as you pointed out, there are horses in the adjacent pasture. And there were two versions of the short environmental assessment dated 8/27 and 9/14. And the answer to the question, is the plan consistent with the predominant character of the existing built or natural landscape, changed from no to yes on those two forms. So I don't know if two different versions were submitted or what, but as a nearby resident, I would strongly argue that the answer to that question is no. You would not, as you mentioned, people are entering our town in Tompkins County on 34 here. You have local residents making that turn to come up on Sharpstein Road. And a national retail chain does not seem consistent with the character of the area. I will cut myself off there because I assume I'm probably already over time and we have other people in the queue.
Thank you very much. Okay, CJ, who's next?
Thank you.
You're muted, CJ.
Yep, next is Mike Sigler. I get there eventually.
Okay, Mike, you're muted.
Mike, are you there?
Mike, me?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Oh, all right.
We're waiting.
Well, there could be a million. There's so many mics in the world. So. All right. You guys can hear me okay?
We certainly can.
All right. I was going to talk later, and I will. I'll talk later, and I'll try to make what I'm saying now much different than what I'm going to say now. I just, I think that this was a really good illustration. Yep.
Did you cut out?
All right. Give me 1 second.
Were you here to comment on? Were you here to comment on the retail in North Lansing, or were you here to comment on the solar farms?
There we go. I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, because there's a delay when you have to switch between YouTube and Zoom. There's a delay in the sound, so it's hard to keep up.
You should be able to turn YouTube off and just go with Zoom.
And this is what I've done. So
Okay.
hopefully you'll just leave me in the room. So the next issue I can talk about, I can just stay on Zoom. That would be great. Yeah, no, I'm going to talk about the solar in a second, but I thought this was such a good illustration, and people have called me about this too, obviously, and I wanted to kind of weigh in here. I think this is a good example of, I'm really hoping that maybe the town board and maybe the planning board, and I'm speaking just as an individual right now, I'm not speaking as a county legislator or anything. This is literally Mike Sigler, 218 Peruville Road. That this idea that ag land has just so many permitted uses, it's frankly a little concerning to me. I mean, ag land is ag land. People that buy it expect it. Even the people buying it are thinking, well, it's ag land. It'll appreciate in value if ag land goes up. And I understand that farmers may need to sell off lots and to make the farm work. And I get that, but we're not jumping from like ag land to residential. And we're jumping right to commercial. And in other instances, even if we were jumping right to industrial, I'm glad that this project at least has to go to some site review right in front of the town. So you guys can weigh in and say, listen, this is what we want changed in things. But I think overriding, the gentleman that just spoke, yeah, did we really expect what basically a mini Walmart to move in down the street from my house? Because that's really what it is, right? I mean, it's a mini Walmart. It's a store that brings in products from China, whatever, brings them in from around the country, sells them inexpensively, which, hey, listen, I like inexpensive products too. But, at the county a while back, we really tried to do land use and nodal development. And a lot of the towns really signed on to that. In Lansing, we had always said, listen, we're going to develop the town, but we're going to try to stay south of Peruville Road. We're going to, really try to protect farmland here. And I don't know, this to me is you're putting something, it's just like a sore thumb. I don't know. To me, it's not like that's a node of development there, if you were saying, oh, we're going to put this up by the Agway and the gas station up the street there, up in near King Ferry with a hotel, and you'd say, oh, well, that makes a little bit of sense, but I don't know. So to me, this really reflects on the larger issue of why have zoning if ag land is just basically, you want to make it commercial, sure. If you want to make it industrial, I don't think anybody really agrees with that. And I think that's great that this has come into planning board for that reason, but maybe we need an overriding theme. I mean, I work for Park Outdoor Advertising. That's a local company. We're based here in Lansing. We build billboards and we sell billboards. But we can't just come into Lansing because there's a sign ordinance. We can't just come in and we can't go buy this same land and just plop down a billboard. I mean, this is your gateway. This is the first thing that people are going to see coming into Lansing. I don't know. What do you want it to say about the town? So that's just personal feeling. But it does kind of do that overriding theme that I'm going to get to when it comes to solar panels. So thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Did we have anyone else, CJ, waiting in the wings?
Yep. Hold on, we got Jeff.
Jeff, are you there? Oh.
Yes, hi, Jeff.
You're muted, Jeff.
Hi, this is actually Chelsea.
Oh.
Let's compare. I am I'm a returning Lansing resident. We moved. I'm muted. I'm not. We moved into the area after living out of town, out of the county, and we actually lived next to two different Dollar Generals when we didn't live in the area. And
YouTube?
Yeah, turn the YouTube off.
Stacy, are you there?
Chelsea?
yes,
Chelsea?
yes,
Have you turned YouTube off?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we lived next to two different Dollar Generals when we did not live in Lansing, and our family is from Lansing. We returned to the area to buy a house in a rural agricultural area and chose this spot specifically. We did not expect to be moving back next to a Dollar General. We left that intentionally. Some of our concerns are traffic, as I already mentioned. I found it interesting that in your last comment about the church, you were concerned about traffic and lighting and noise for a group that was creating music. And this is a commercial business. So please keep those last thoughts. Consider those again. Also, there is an empty parking lot across the street with an empty building that was previously Linda's. We would prefer not to have another empty parking lot and an empty abandoned building. So if the other lot could be used for something, then maybe consider going across the street. But we would like to see something that was local, not something based out of state, something that would support our local residents selling local product, not something brought in from somewhere else. So those are some of our concerns, and I know other people have other concerns, so I will pass it on to them, but please keep those in mind as you continue planning.
Thank you very much, and we certainly will keep that in mind.
Okay, admitting Diane.
Hello.
Hello, Diane. Did you have some comments to make?
Yes, I did, please.
I've edited them from my original email, so hopefully it's more coherent now. Say hello, my name is Diane Nangeroni, and I thank you for listening to me tonight. I am an Ithaca native. My husband, 2 daughters, and I moved to Lansing 24 years ago. We enjoyed living in this rural area, are very happy with our decision to have our children educated at the Lansing schools, and we plan to stay here when we retire. I would like to express my dismay at the proposed construction of a second Dollar General store on Auburn Road near the DeCamp, Locke, and Sharpstein Road intersections. We live 1 mile from the proposed site and are therefore aware of the dangers of turning onto Auburn Road, where the speed limit is 55 miles per hour. This area is also near a bend in the road that cuts the view and makes it even more hazardous. So I have concerns about accidents occurring at this location and also concerns about the effects of this store on its neighbors in regard to noise and lights. But I am concerned about the larger issue of opening up the town to businesses that will pull the community away from the plan of having a town center. The recently approved town board resolution to reestablish a town center committee includes as their mission to establish an attractive town center in keeping with Lansing's rural qualities and with the goal of to create a small town downtown. Construction of the Dollar General store in North Lansing seems to directly oppose this mission. In general, I would like to avoid a proliferation of multiple locations of the same business within the town, what is commonly referred to as a chain store. Chain stores are defined as one of several similar stores that are owned by the same person or company, especially one that sells a variety of things. Most chain stores have a central management that is not local to their business locations. In many cases, a portion of the store's profits are sent to the corporation and not used locally. Therefore, I respectfully request that the town consider placing a moratorium on the construction of chain stores when one of the same chain already exists in the town, until such time as the town center committee has had a chance to hear from town residents and take their opinions and concerns into account. A moratorium such as this would still allow other chain store businesses to enter the town and therefore not inhibit competition. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Have her remarks been submitted? In fact, do we have written copies of everybody's remarks here?
I did submit an earlier email, but on my time waiting, I edited it and made it a lot more coherent than what I just read. I can send it this other form again if you'd like.
Sure, send it in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep, have a good night.
You too.
CJ, do we have any more?
Yep, we've got Deborah's iPad, perhaps to try again. And Heather also has one written comment that someone asked to read as well. Not everyone submitted written comments, just.
Deborah's iPad.
Sure as heck hope it's not mine. Jeez.
Hello, Deborah.
There must be another one.
Wow.
I think Deb's iPad is joined also.
Okay, well, we could keep Deborah's iPad in, I guess, and see if they come to life if you'd like. Last but not least, we have one final commenter, UCNS Preschool.
I think if people are watching on YouTube, there may be a severe delay. And so by the time they think we actually get to them, because they have their volume turned down on their computer, they are, we're already ready to go buy them. UCNS Preschool, You are muted. Do you have some comments on the Dollar General in North Lansing?
Nope, just listening.
Okay. That's perfectly fine too.
Okay, well, that is the end, and Heather has a comment to be read aloud also.
All right, Heather.
Okay, this email is from Robert Reiger. It says, Dear Planning Board, area residents likely know that one of the world's foremost authorities on human nutrition lives here in Lansing, New York. Dr. T. Colin Campbell is a professor of nutrition at Cornell and author of the best-selling book, The China Study, among many other publications. After a lifetime of extensive research, Dr. Campbell advocates a low-fat, whole foods, plant-based diet. The sad and ironic truth is that Lansing residents will not be able to source the majority of Dr. Campbell's diet from a Dollar General. Chain stores use their massive scale to undercut locally owned competitors, destroying businesses and ultimately leaving consumers with fewer choices, lower quality, and less nutritious options. We need to encourage the development and preservation of businesses that enhance the local economy and improve our well-being by offering nutritious foods, sourcing locally as much as possible, and returning profit back into this community. In the interest of good health and a vibrant Lansing, I encourage the Town Planning Board to do everything within its power to prevent another Dollar General in our community. Robert Reiger, 50 Lake Forest Drive, Lansing, New York.
Where's Lake Forest Drive?
Down off Collins Road.
Down off Collins Road?
No, it's off of Myers Road.
It's
Oh, okay, sorry, I was getting them mixed up with Pine Forest or whatever it was.
above Deborah.
Farm Pond Circle.
Have we found
CJ?
Deborah?
CJ,
Yeah.
was there something submitted by town folks? They were collecting names at the Lansing market.
Oh, that petition, yeah.
Yeah, the petition. I wonder if there was anything submitted from those folks.
I dropped it off today. It is in our correspondence folder, CJ.
Okay.
Okay,
I was just
great.
curious.
Yeah,
In
we
addition-
received a
in
lot
addition,
of.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No worries.
In addition, I've had a lot of calls from people, and I'm sure other people on the board have. I've tried to encourage them to send in written comments, but they'd rather talk than write.
I've heard a lot of comments, and I think I alluded to that in an email from residents about this as well.
Are any of the residents willing to go on the record with comments, or is this stuff that's just coming in passing, Sandy?
We've got upwards of 15 or 20 emails already, at least.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
You have any, Sandy, that have
I
written?
could ask
that
them. I could ask them. I mean, it was in passing conversation, but I could certainly ask them if they would be willing to put something in writing.
I think we need all the information that we can get on this, and what the town board has would be nice if they could bring that back to us so that we got some information for the next one. This is a sketch plan review, so we're not going to delve into it too deeply, but we want to make sure that Steve has a bunch of questions to go back with and a certain idea of what what everybody believes is going on here. Yeah, Al?
I've got a question for Guy, if you could. What can the planning board take into consideration here? Can we consider competition? If this is a legal use of the property according to zoning and the building meets all building codes, is there any room for us to essentially reject the project? In other words, the project conforms with what's out there as far as legal use of the property, correct?
Well, Yeah, I mean, you get into a lot of layers based on the commentary that's been there, and I don't want to go too far because you're asking a question that would entail a lot of legal advice and issues of that nature. But generally speaking, if it's an allowed use, almost all questions and doubts are going to be resolved in favor of the applicant because the use itself is allowed. You will look at standard site planning issues that address mitigation of impacts. Very, very rare cases where an impact is severe and non-mitigatable. Site plan and special permitting can be used to create a de facto denial of the use. The classic example, at least in New York law, is the Walmart built on a steep slope that required 73 tons of concrete to stabilize. I can give you that case, but that's the type of standard that you need to generally meet. Issues surrounding site planning, zoning, and land use general surround the use of the land, not who is the owner or where the owner may source whatever lawful goods in commerce they wish to sell, whether they're from Ithaca, New York, or Poughkeepsie, New York, Central Alabama, North Korea, or France is not necessarily relevant. It's the underlying use. So to take an example that I discussed with another municipality recently, if this were a local farmer converting an old barn into a variety store with various sundries and some foodstuffs, what would the answer be? Would it be different? And that's really the question that comes to light here. And that is it an allowed use? And if it meets the parameters, then your site plan review is going to be limited to those things that are set forth in your statute or in your local law here in your code, and certain other ones that are recognized as being part of town law, such as, traffic, light, noise, architectural and visual impacts, certain ecological impacts, etc. So if you weigh all that out and you find that there's a substantial non-mitigatable impact, then you may have some basis upon which to try to rest the denial. But at the end of the day, you're still dealing with an allowed use. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the ballpark you're in.
Okay.
Jerry?
Go ahead, Lynn.
I have listened. I've got to get a truck full of soybeans out of the field. It's supposed to rain tomorrow morning. So I'm going to take off. I don't think we have any actions, do we?
Nope. I think Mike Sigler is coming back to talk to us about some solar panel information. And we'll probably pick Guy's brain here for a little bit longer on this moratorium issue that was mentioned.
I'll see what you want to do. I don't think we vote on a moratorium, but I'll let you.
Thank you.
That's the town board. Thank you very much.
So Guy, the word moratorium was mentioned tonight. Can you give us some advice as to what happens there?
Well, to be candid, the word moratorium is always mentioned when a Dollar General is proposed, but be that as it may, that's really a matter for the town board. There's basically 5 standards covering what is a moratorium and what are its requirements. You have to be dealing with a substantial immediate threat. It has to be time limited. The goals of the moratorium have to be identified. I can break it down into whatever level of details you want, but there's a couple of really important lead cases on how those work and how they must be crafted. One of which is the Jeffrey case out of Binghamton, which is controlling precedent for not only our department, but our actual judicial district. So we can go through all the nuts and bolts of that, and ultimately it's up to the town board whether a moratorium is a solution or a proper solution for whatever ill, harm, evil, or fear is laid at the feet of the town. The short answer is that municipal attorneys generally across the board understand that sometimes moratorium are the correct available tool, but they are almost universally disliked because they create lots of problems and lots of risks. And they have to be narrowly tailored enough such that if you take all the time and money that goes into a moratorium, you often can solve the underlying problem with actual legislation. So, the question comes down to what is the nature of the exigent emergency? And how close are you to actually having a solution, and will that solution in fact change the result? In other words, if you have an area that's not earmarked for a substantial zoning change and you want to put a moratorium in place such that it would be allowed use both before and after the moratorium, you're probably going to have difficulty with that. The bigger problem, of course, has to do with other aspects of a moratorium and how the courts look at them and their underlying purposes. And for most of that, I'd rather talk to you in a closed session.
So, but a moratorium isn't really a planning board agenda item. Is that correct?
No, it would have to be adopted by local law.
Town board.
Go to the town board. The planning board doesn't have the authority to adopt a moratorium. Only the town board could do that.
What a way we got to pass the buck. Okay, thank you very much. Well, does anyone else have any questions for Steve? Remembering that this is a sketch plan and nothing is set, but we've already given him the idea of that. We'd like to see a building that doesn't look like the one down here on 34 that's not too far from where I'm at right now. We'd like to see one a little prettier out there and something that's not a flat roof. We'd like
or at least the appearance of a flat roof.
Right. Something that is, and just try to bring the building close to the road and put parking in the rear or at the side. And make sure that we have a way to take care of the traffic that runs down through there at a pretty high speed. And some of us are guilty of not necessarily following the speed limit in that section of the road.
Just to be clear, the reverse frontage or moving the parking lot to the rear and the side does not preclude allowing to have the entrance on the south side of the building. It just gets the parking lot out of the front of the building. We're not asking for the entrance to be in the back. In fact, the south side of the building would be a great place for it. Might even be advantageous for y'all. The problem is the appearance of just a parking lot that's either empty with grass growing in it, like some people have said tonight, or with 2 or 3 cars in it. Isn't that what we're looking for as far as the aesthetic content of what people see when they come into the town? Sorry, I'm looking at your picture over here, but the camera's over here, so that's.
And it sounds like there's some questions about materiality that the board might like to see. Perhaps, I know it's kind of weird to pass material samples around virtually, but maybe, bring some samples next time. Some material choices could be, at least to show the board, thickness, durabilities.
Or
colors.
at least virtual samples.
Yeah, or tear sheets or something like that.
Got it.
Thanks.
Anything else you want to bring up, guys, girls, ladies, women? Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate you stopping.
Thank you for your time. Have a great night, everyone.
You too. Okay, is Steve the next one, CJ?
Yes, or Mike. Yes. Yep. Hold on. I'll admit Mike right now.
He's going to discuss
industrial solar.
Industrial solar. You are still muted, Mike.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. First off, thank you guys for doing this. I mean, at 10 o'clock, you guys are still working. It's thank you. Again, I'm here as a private citizen, not here as a county legislator. Here as a private citizen because, frankly, this industrial solar has me like wicked concerned. So You know, I understand you guys are all, you don't want to talk about solar anymore. You passed the law. You got that through after a number of years. But the problem that we have, I think, is that did a great job of addressing residential solar, does a great job of addressing, community solar. But I mean, we're not really talking about that at this point. We're talking about an industrial scale solar power plant. And not just one for the town of Lansing. I mean, I know of at least 3 companies looking at leasing land. And we're talking about between 1,000, I mean, 1,000 is not even the smallest one. I mean, 1,400 is the smallest I've heard. So between 1,000 acres and 2,000 acres of continuous solar panels, I mean, that stretches out as far as the eye can see. And we don't really have a whole lot, to deal with that. Now, granted, people are going to say, well, listen, the state has taken over siting for that. They're going to run it through this ORES, right? They're going to run it at the state level. But I was in a meeting today and we were talking about it, and they're saying they're going to follow whatever local laws are on the books that are reasonable. Now, granted, reasonable, what does that mean? That's something we're going to fight about later. But I mean, they say right here, general requirements, local laws, the committee shall construct and operate the facility in accordance with the substantive provisions of the applicable local laws. So the idea here is they're going to listen to what you want, what you as a planning board, and then what as the town board wants when it comes to things like setbacks, when it comes to things like pollinators, like you put in the other law. But those laws, you're going to have those out in front. I mean, personally, this is why I talked about the Dollar General. Personally, I would think ag land should remain ag land. I don't like this idea of everything is a permitted use. I think people, it's one thing if you did it over at the power plant. The power plant is sited industrial. The land just north of there is sited for a nuclear power plant. So I get it there. It's kind of, we didn't like the DOT facility, right? I mean, I don't mind it being there per se, but the fact that the town didn't have any say over where that construction was frankly ridiculous. And the problem was it was being put into an industrial site. So they followed local code that was industrial. Well, now we have these large solar companies. And again, this is a community solar, 1,000 acres, that's 2 Ithaca airports that would be plopped down into the town. If it's 2,000 acres, fine, 4 Ithaca airports put into town. And that's land as far as the eye can see. And listen, I understand farmers, it's one thing if you want to lease out 100 acres of your land for solar panels, for community solar, for example, so that you can keep the other 300 acres running. That's not what we're talking about here. We are going to basically pave over 1,000 acres of farmland. And it's not just one individual farmer. They're going to have to piece together large tracts of farms. So it's not, the one farmer's thinking, well, it's only 300 acres of mine. Well, yeah, but it's the 400 acres next to you, and then the 400 acres next to you, all the way to the power lines that's going to be affected. Just a little bit longer. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but some people are going to say, Sigler, it's just, you're involved in this because it affects you. Well, yeah, yeah, is it NIMBYism? Maybe a little bit, but I don't really see the problem with that. I mean, that's why we elect people to the town board who are from the town. We don't go elect people from Dryden to make law in Lansing. It's the same thing with the planning board here. All of you live here. You're from here. So yeah, there should be a little bit of self-protection on the town level. Yeah, I don't really want my town to look like a glass and steel structure. This would be, if it's 1,000 acres, that'd be 48 million square foot, 12-foot high structure. That'd be the largest building probably in the state, not just in the county. I mean, that would dwarf anything in the county. And it's not like, and I'm telling you, this is how the state is selling this. Like, oh, well, it protects the farmland. Well, how is that? I mean, this is going to be there for at least 25 years. Then there's an option for another 25 years. That's not just my lifetime. That might be my children's lifetime. You're never going to see that farmland again. And yeah, it can be restored, but all land can be restored. Heck, the mall then is protecting farmland because we could always tear it down, rip up the parking lot and farm it again. It was a farm at some point. So the problem I'm having is I really feel like we need to put something in place that really deals with industrial solar. And some of the things I'm asking for, I put together a resolution for you to look at. And this is a start, but we kind of have to move relatively quickly on this because they're doing public hearings in November. I've already signed up for a public hearing in Rochester to go talk about this. I mean, I'm hoping that you'll, listen, I understand we probably won't be able to stop the state from doing this, right? They're going to do something like this. But setbacks, okay, I think we need to put those in a law. Right now, the setback's 100 feet. You're telling me you're going to be able to build a 1,000-acre structure 100 feet from my property line? I mean, we give bigger setbacks for cell phone towers. And these people that say, well, the cell phone tower setback is in case it falls down. Well, no, it's not. It's a 1,000-foot setback. The cell phone towers are between 50 and 200 feet. So yeah, we put it there because it's kind of an eyesore and people don't really want to look at it. So if we can put it further back on a property, then that's what we do. And that's what I'm asking for here. Listen, it can't be unreasonable, I guess. I'd like a moratorium, but if we can't get that, then fine. But let's put in, something that's reasonable. I liked the pollinator part that you put in to the other the solar law. Great, but let's not make it up to 20%. Make it 20%. It has to be 20% of pollinators. I would like something along the lines of, if certain parts of it have to be used still, right now under the zoning law, ag land is supposed to be used for agriculture. We do all these other permitted uses, and this is, again, why I talked about it with Dollar General. In the zoning law, it's still supposed to be used for ag. That's the concern here, that these folks are going to come in and they're calling them solar farms. Even the Farm Bureau says these aren't solar farms. This is a solar city that we're building in the town. So that's just a couple of things I'm hoping you'll do. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe you'll put in an idea that we have to put some berms in so that you can't see them for the road, because this will change fundamentally the character of the town. And it's not going to be just one. It's not going to just be 1,000 acres. On that line, the power line, it's my understanding, coming out of the power plant, you can put 400 megawatts. Well, that's 4 of these. That's 4 2,000-acre parcels that could be built in the town of Lansing. That would send power out. And we would see a tax benefit, obviously, but we wouldn't see lower power prices. We wouldn't see any of those things. And frankly, it's some company right now, the one that I know is talking, they're based out of Florida. They're running through a subcorp out of Delaware. Well, okay, great. But I understand that we're not going to have a lot of say in that siting. So what I'm asking for you to do is treat this like something that's already been proposed. Say, okay, this person has come in and they want to build a 1,000-acre solar panel. What do we want to see from them? And put those into a resolution that then we can put in front of the town board so they can pass it. And in that way, you've established the site plan before the state can say, oh no, we're the one doing that, because they're going to come and do it. So again, thank you for your time. I'm sorry if I took up a little bit more of your time, but this has eaten up hours and hours of my day. So again, thanks for listening.
We appreciate your comments, Mike. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any remarks about what Mike said?
You want to form a subcommittee to look at that?
Well, we just finished doing the solar law, and it just got signed, right? It just got enacted.
Yep.
And so are we looking to make, part of the problem here is that we just went through the ag district and the ag well, all the farmers that were on the boards really wanted to keep it open for lots of different uses and occupancies. And this happens to be one of them that they wanted to keep open out there. So we actually, when we did that, were reacting to the population that was most affected, those who live out there, and what they were looking at.
But I think the scope of this is much larger than what we had discussed or talked about putting together that solar law. This thing
That
is
is 100%
10 times what we imagined.
or 20 times.
All right,
I
whatever.
I think we had discussions that we would never see this kind of thing. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, and I want to say this isn't actually just, I mean, I understand the farmers up in North Lansing want the chiefs, but that's not even where we're talking. I mean, I live on Peruville Road. I mean, it's right here. You're talking a mile from Crossroads, a mile from the town center. I mean, we're not talking, because they want to build along the power lines, right? They want to hook into that power. So this is really going to cut a swath right across the town. So I appreciate, and again, I think they were even thinking like, okay, community solar will use this 100 acres over on this land that's, I wasn't using, maybe it's too rocky, maybe it's not. And that way I can farm the other land and I'll get an income. Yeah, no, this is like, we need your whole property. Yeah. And this is working farmland. They were out, they cut the corn, 2 weeks ago, and it's chipped and it's up at Walnut Ridge now, so.
And some of the better farmland in the area is running up through there. Are we talking about going out to the power lines that go between the power plant and Auburn?
No, the other way, the power plant, I think between the power plant and Freeville. So running out that way.
They're the power lines that go diagonally from up from Salmon Creek, right across the Woods Farm, right across Searles' farm, all the way out to Peruville Road. Mike, I know that you're probably aware of what's going on with Article 23. Basically, what you said was right. The state's going to put them in where they want to. And we've been told that we're in a better position to help steer things with now that we have a law, and we may be able to address some of those things. But the bottom line is, all of it is taken off our plate. Now, we just had a seminar on the Article 23 that says that there are some things that we may be able to steer or direct or ask for, but basically, the governor has seen to it that his brag that we're going to be net zero on carbon by 2035 is going to be, and this is his way of getting it there.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I can just jump in, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that that's kind of what they're at. But I'm telling you, I was on a meeting today, and it's literally that thing I read you. They are going to listen to you, but they're only going to listen to you if you have something in place. If you don't have anything in place, it's the Wild West, and they'll just do what they want. But if you say, listen, you're going to have a 1,500 foot setback from the road or from existing houses. Well, okay, then you're in a negotiation. If you don't have anything like that, they're going to say, 100 feet, boom, we're done. Yeah, I think that's a problem. If you don't have something in there, that's why the pollinator thing was great that you put in the other one, because, okay, I already know now that I need 20%. Well, it's same idea here, right? And they're going to do things like, okay, you need a certain setback from that creek back there behind my house. You're going to have to be 100 feet from that. There's going to be a lot of that. But if the town doesn't have anything, then the state's going to go, great. Less thing for them to deal with, right? I mean, it's like the Dollar General, right? Hey, it's a use. I can really do kind of whatever I want within site plan. But you're not going to get that chance at the site plan. So it's best to build the site plan right now before they try to put these in.
When we had someone come visit about solar farms, and they were basically, the guy said, great, you don't have a solar law, great, we can just come in here and just do it. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, we don't want you just come in here and take over the land. I mean, granted that the land is owned by the farmers or whoever, and so they have a right to choose, but we have to look at it too. So I kind of agree with you, Mike.
So Al, would you be interested in forming a committee to look into this and come back with what we can, some reasonable
Only if Dean works on it with me since he's experienced in it.
He's got a good handle on what's going on with the solar.
So does
Yeah,
Larry.
I think that Al and I could put something together and certainly could consult with Mike and anybody else who wants to chime in. But I think time is certainly of the essence, like Mike said.
Let's ask a question of the two of the town board reps that are here tonight. Would the town board look favorably on a proposed revision to the law?
I don't think we'd have to. I mean, it's,
there you go.
It's just, it's, you know, it's basically what we've heard, or what you just put forth to Mike, Larry, was what we've heard. You know, this Article 23 of the state, they pretty much come in and do what you want, or do what they want, similar to what they did at the DOT garage, that we had no choice with that. So, you know, I in light of this new thing, what Mike brought forward tonight, I think we ought to look into it for sure.
Well, CJ sent us out some information on this today, didn't you, CJ? I mean, I was just reading something before we came online that seemed to be giving us a little more authority over what was going to happen. Is that, am I going a little too far with that, or is that what you were sending?
So what I was trying to send was kind of a compendium of, and Mike, if you're interested, I'm happy to send this out, but just kind of a, you know, where I see kind of the context of these large scales, essentially solar energy, what we call them as solar energy facilities now. That's what the zoning ordinance or land use ordinance classifies them as. There's a lot of moving parts. I have not read all of the new Office of Renewable Energy siting rules in their entirety, hoping that maybe Guy will get to them at some point and read them. But in any event, as Mike Sigler was saying, you know, the new Office of Renewable Energy siting has until April 2021 to hold 4 public hearings throughout the state. They're going to have a bunch of virtual ones, and I know they're going to have a couple in person. As you mentioned, there's one in Rochester, and there's, I think, maybe one in Albany or something like that. They're also currently debating the host community agreements, which used to be more informal, but will now be essentially a standard application. And my understanding is they're looking to set a per megawatt payment for these large scale systems. But my understanding is that Department of Public Service staff is pushing for also a residential electric credit as well. So for residential electric customers, there would also be a bill credit that went along with the siting of a large scale solar facility. So I guess, you know, what Mike is saying is that these rules are being promulgated live as we speak. I mean, they're being talked about, hashed through. And so I sent you a link to the new regulations, also how you can sign up for the public hearings on them. And then I also signed up the town as a interested entity for this stakeholder forum for this, you know, renewable energy facility host community benefit program. It's a mouthful. And then also, I know this kind of gets even more complicated with the project at the power plants and adjacent lands, or the former power plant, I should say. With the lands there, I know that the town was concerned about that being taken off the tax rolls, or, you know, moved towards being wholly exempt back in 2013. But now with the opportunity to possibly do lot line adjustments with that northern NYSEG owned parcel, there could also now be an opportunity here to, if they are going to site large scale solar, to kind of swap that, you know, for possibly shoreline conservation. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I guess I'm not sure exactly how this is going to land, but, you know, I'd love to hear from other folks on kind of, you know, if there's things you want to change about the solar local law, I'm all ears and happy to help. And I'm sure Guy, you know, may have something additional to add on this as well.
But Here's a question. I mean, here's the M word again. Is it possible to do a moratorium on large scale solar farms until we have time to get the ducks in order? Guy, is that possible?
Well, I'll give you the same answer as before. Yeah, it's up to the town board to weigh out what the standards are and how they look at them. But when you're dealing with an issue of partial or complete state preemption, moratoria don't generally work. They're often considered per se unreasonable. So,
Okay.
for example, cell towers being a great example because although it's really federal preemption, if you put up a moratorium to stop cell towers till you get your regulations in effect, they have absolutely no impact whatsoever. They don't stop. They don't even stop the federal shot clock.
Right.
So again, if you're talking about amending your law, you can put your time and energy into drafting a moratorium and trying to custom tailor it to survive whatever challenge may or may not exist, to try to survive whatever preemption issues may or may not exist, or you can just amend your local law. So it depends on where you want to put your resources and what your level of risk is, what you are willing to accept as a suitable level of risk given the challenges that are out there. If you actually received in hand a significant application and you didn't have a law in place, and I'm not sure how you would define the moratorium, what size facility and where? Townwide, just in certain districts? I mean, you have to be careful because you can't aim a moratorium at one particular applicant or one particular piece of land. There has to be a public townwide issue there. If someone comes along and says, I want to put in a Walmart, and you say, we're going to have a moratorium against Walmarts, guess what's going to happen to that moratorium?
Okay, so you can't direct it to marginal land, to NICEAG's land, to contaminated sites, to the Cuba, rock company that's all, torn up there. So we can't direct it towards those sites that are less desirable for any future use.
As a matter of fact,
farmland.
Well, what do you mean by direct what? Direct the moratorium or direct the land development activity?
Land development, direct land development towards there and away from tillable farmland.
As a matter of fact, we can.
Yeah, in fact, I asked at the last working meeting for some nominations, and we came up with the Fenner and Davis and also the Fort Hill site. And so those, after some additional mapping, will, and your blessing, will send those on to NYSERDA's Build Ready program. But like, that's the problem. That's not enough to meet the CLCPA targets. I mean, there's only so many places there's bulk transmission lines. Without NYSEG and the ISO doing a full study of where to build out, that's it. I mean, the bulk transmission lines are where they are, and they're going to try to match those, even if there's a spatial mismatch with other good uses of the land. You know what I mean?
Even at the detriment of these huge farms that employ hundreds of people, they're going to take the farmland regardless.
Well, I think they're trying to work around it.
Well, they could, it'll be more, if businesses start leaving the area, that's going to be just as much of a detriment as having these huge solar farms.
This is true.
The most recent information we have on, I've been to different seminars on the subject, and the one I was at last winter was a lot less hopeful than the one I attended last week. And the one last week, for instance, said, in effect, that they were directed to use brownfield sites where possible before they considered any other land. And they're, maybe I wasn't entirely clear, but they said as long as you have a law in place that addresses the things that you're concerned about, you're in much better shape when the time comes for NYSERDA and the Public Service Commission to move into these hosting agreements. And from that respect, it may be worthwhile tweaking the law to increase setbacks and things like that that Mike was talking about. But the bottom line is the state still is really hooked on that commitment. We've got more hope now than we did 6 months ago about having input on the situation, but they've still got the final say. So
Okay,
that's why I say, yeah, go ahead. If the town board would look on it favorably, let's suggest some changes.
okay, Dean and Al get together. Larry, would you want to meet with them also?
If they'll put up with me.
I'm not sure they will, but they can try hard. If you guys could copy me on any emails and meeting times, I'd appreciate it too. And
Okay.
let's try to have something come back with some information for the next meeting.
Okay.
And,
Right.
Andy,
we'll
were
see
you
if we
able
can-
were you able to receive that email with those screenshots of the seminar?
Yes, I'll read them tomorrow. Thanks, Larry.
Okay, well, I'll send them to Al and Dean as well,
And Jerry.
and Jerry. Now let's keep him in the dark.
That's where he does his best work. I'm an electrician. All right, are we doing well? Are we all finished? Does anyone have any other comments they want to make? Thank you very much, Guy, and thank you very much, Mike, for the information that you've been able to help us out with today. Tonight.
Mike, how do we contact you? Mike, how do we, at the county?
I mean, I can give you a different, I can give you my regular personal email too.
Yeah, can you send it to CJ and she'll forward it on to us, please?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sandy, do you have something you wanted to bring up? I heard a comment from that direction. Go ahead, Dean.
So you probably all saw that I drafted up a resolution for moratorium on small box stores. And so, as Guy said that, you have to do things like set a time limit and what have you. I think that just given where we're at with our review of the land use ordinance, that this would certainly be something that would be appropriate for us to address through that process, and would be, I'm very hesitant to ever put a moratorium in place. I'm a firm believer in, property rights and people being able to develop their property as they wish. But, if you look at our comprehensive plan, I don't think that the Dollar General has certainly not as presented to us comes anywhere close to meeting the objectives of our comprehensive plan. So I'd like people to really think hard about if they want to see some changes to that, but potentially putting that forward at our next meeting to send off to the town board for a moratorium.
I don't know if it does any good, but we're on record as saying that we're going to change the zoning in the ag district to address these problems specifically. And we have tied that on record in our meetings to the comprehensive plan. That's got to count for something.
Might I suggest a few minutes with Guy in executive session so he could flesh out some of the points he was not willing to do in public session?
It would be a closed session, but yeah, that would be my comment is it's great to talk, but there's a lot I didn't tell you about moratorium, and probably there's a lot I should provide to you, including a couple of cases that you could read to see exactly what slope you're stepping on and how steep it might be depending upon how you want to craft your moratorium.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the vehicle that we need here. I think that there might be better ways with tools that we already have where we can direct that, but I would like to get all the information that we can from you on the moratorium. I'm not sure that tonight's the time to do it. Maybe it is, but this is probably got to go on record as the longest meeting we ever had.
No.
I don't think that's even close to accurate, but okay.
No?
Maybe
Okay.
it's your longest one ever.
Yep, it's the longest one since I've been on the board.
I know Larry will remember planning board meetings that went past 11.
This one.
Yeah.
And Lynn would remember too, were he here.
Yeah, instead of just his books.
Yeah, he left the camera on. I wonder if we're being recorded.
Do you
One
want?
of the other things, you know, with site plan review, they don't have to do the things that we ask for, but we don't have to be satisfied with that either.
Do we want to go into a closed session and talk with Guy tonight?
Not tonight. God,
Not
I'm an
tonight.
old man.
Why don't I get together with CJ and coordinate what are the best materials to provide an overview of this so you know what to consider crafting, and then maybe discuss it at some point or consider it a recommendation at your next meeting. I can think you may rest well assured that this issue will be covered very well on privilege of the floor at the town board meeting as well.
Okay, sounds very good. This meeting is adjourned before it becomes the longest meeting ever.
Good night, all.
All right.
Good night.
Thanks.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you. Okay, well, I didn't get to introduce you, Heather, but there's Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Oh,
Hi, Heather.
Board.
Heather's the new Sue.
No,
we
there
have
could
to do
never
the
be another
introduction.
Sue. You just have to be Heather.